Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior paints, and specialty products to help grow your business. Dutch Boy Professional Series paints, available at Menards.
Did you know our Jersey Mike's order came with a $25 Fanatics promo code? I did. It's kind of hard to forget, dude. $25 Fanatics promo code for every $25 you spend in the Jersey Mike's app when you have chips and drinks. Insane deal. Awesome. Can we please turn it off while we're eating? Oh, he's right there. He can hear you. Right, Simon? Spot on. What'd he say? Simon feels very attacked right now. He feels attacked? That's what he said. Oh, he feels attacked.
My Mike's members score Fanatics gear, like Simon, when you order through the app.
Clinical trials are a key part of discovering and improving treatments for people in all stages of type 1 diabetes. By joining a clinical trial, you can help advance therapies and even potential cures.
Sorry about that. My internet went out for some reason. So I'm listening to Sherelle. Well, I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Work. That's true. Remember making the band? He didn't release a lot of the group's music either. Also, too, on making the band, there was three deals. There was Danity Kane, Day 26, and there was a guy from Hawaii. I think he was white. There was a white guy that had a deal. Do you guys remember this? Every time I bring it up, nobody remembers this. He also signed a white guy at the same time. Do y'all remember on season 1? And then all of a sudden, he never came back. Do y'all remember that?
Diddy probably invited him to his place. I never go back neither.
Perry. You need to stop. Someone says Tamar Braxton was married to her manager / producer. She complained that he would not help her get her album completed. This went on for years. You talking about Vince, child, for years. Here we go. Lawyer. Who is Tommy Mottola? Ventura, a well-known producer. Lawyer. You were up and coming star. Ventura, I guess you could say that. Lawyer, after you signed with Bad Boy, things were still platonic. Ventura, yes. See, she gonna hit her with a hard question. I'm telling you, she's nice, nasty. This attorney is nice, nasty. And why is she asking about Tommy Mottola? Everybody know who Tommy Mottola is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if y'all know this, but Tommy Mottola is ruthless. I'll leave it there. He is ruthless and almost scary. What was Mariah thinking? Here we go. Lawyer, you had rough performance. Ventura, 106 in Park. It did not go well for me. Lawyer, how did he help you after that? Ventura, he did a YouTube video. He said, everybody makes mistakes. Lawyer, what was wrong? Ventura, I couldn't hear myself. Let's see, where are we going with this? She complained that he would not help her get her album complete. She's talking about Tamar. This went on for years, a long ass time.
You know, Sherelle, you know, because I've been going back and forth trying to do that thing, but I've been listening. And when Cassie came out there and they asked her that question, maybe like 2 statements ago or something, I mean, did it ever concern you that he was just basically using you for sex? It did. Remember, I talk about warning signs that she clearly overlooked,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people just go in denial and then, like, because she won't, to me, I feel like she
We're
won't.
back. Don't forget what you're saying. Lawyer, were you to Leslie? How much older than you was he? Ventura, 10 years. This is a producer that brought her to Diddy. Lawyer, then you traveled to Miami with Mr. Combs. The flyer of the event was just a cover to spend time with Mr. Combs, right? She responds, that's true. So, okay.
It's showing cheaterism, gold digging this.
There's this guy she used to date. He's still a producer. Let me see if I can find a picture. Perry, keep an eye on it for me. This is not, why are they bringing him up? He is bit, he hates Cassie.
They trying to show a pattern that everybody thinks she's worrying about the 10 year record, 10 record deal situation. They trying to show a pattern that she's just looking for a made man to take care of her and do all this stuff. 10 years older, he's a producer and all this already, whatever. But she would leave it in drop of a dime for a better opportunity. So she'd just go down with Diddy.
I know.
And it's so, you know, it's not a look of a Catholic girl.
Perry, stop. Stop.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It shows the function of, I'm with you, but you know, I got this show down here, but I'm really going to get loose as a goose.
So here, you guys, here's a producer of Cassie's boyfriend that she used to date before Diddy, and he's the one that got her in touch with Diddy.
Thanks, Patrice.
I'm gonna read that in a minute. They're bringing it up to say she loved old rich men. Well, he's actually her age.
He said it was 10 years older.
Here we go. Oh, he did say that. He looks better than Diddy. Lawyer, you had a tattoo of Mr. Leslie's initial on your body, right? Ventura, yes. Attorney, how many tattoos did you have then? Objection, relevance, overrule, but let's keep it moving. Ventura, 3. Lawyer, the one on your arm. says no regrets. Oh God. Anyway, this is him. Oh, he doesn't. He looks
About 10 years older than Cassie.
but he's got gray sprinkled in his chin, so I thought he was younger. What are you laughing at?
No, because people
Leave me alone.
narrative. He looked 10 years older than Cassie because people want to get off the facts. Nisha just told you. They're bringing it up to say she loved older men, not a 10 record deal. Right?
Perry. Beatrice, help me. Tell him to leave me alone. I just don't know. I'm done talking to Perry.
Anya said she's heading to the airport to come and help you out.
I need backup today. I do. Child. And if I'm feeling this way, just because Perry is acting this way, then Cassie should be a little rattled. Maybe not. That whole breakup thing was really bad with Leslie. It was bad, and she could have handled that better. He still hates her to this day. It was really bad, that breakup, because she just left him for Diddy.
He probably feels used.
He feels used.
Ain't nobody crying a river.
But I actually forgot about him until they brought him up. Then I was like, oh shit, they getting ready.
She left him for a freak off.
Perry, you have another email.
Okay, I'm going.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a bad breakup. I'm sure you guys heard him dragging and well, he was hurt. He had knew Cassie since high school days. They were young. I mean, he wasn't young, but she was young, and she just could have handled that better. I'm not gonna lie, but she could have been as polite as she wanted to. The fact that she wanted to break up with him for Diddy would leave anybody salty, and I don't see a good way to do it. I mean, she should have told him before he looked up, and voila, there they are. Anybody would get upset about that. So I hope he doesn't take the stand, because he's still bitter. Go ahead, Perry.
That speaks on character too. And not saying a person
was 19 years old. People make mistakes at 19. Like, that was a long time ago. He needs to get over it.
This is what I get from a lot of women. Well, no, I ain't gonna say women, because then I'd be criticizing the smart ones.
You sure will.
I'm only saying this. You coming up with all these excuses. 19 years old. Yeah, people make a lot of mistakes. But when you make a mistake, what comes along with it? Consequences.
Perry, right? You got a lot of nerve. You were a wild ass teenager.
And
teenager, she was 19.
And consequences came with it, right? So
here we go. We're back. Lawyer says, Mr. Combs taught you how to do oral sex. Ventura, he did. Lawyer, look at this. Tell me when you're ready. You can read it. Ventura, you can read it. It's making me laugh. It's from 2007. Lawyer, you wrote, I feel protected. You are sweet. So Cassie's starting to get a little, she's getting tired of that lady shit. You read it. There you go, Cassie. She's starting to turn around now, you guys. There we go. 2007. How many years ago was that, Perry? It's a long time ago.
So we got something to do it like at 3 today, but this should be over by then.
No. 3 o'clock today?
That'll be 6 Eastern.
Okay. Oh my God, you guys, you are lengthening my days, but that's okay. I'll do it. And then,
right. I'll just make sure.
Yeah. Thank you, though.
I don't want to hear you crying.
Well, that's a long day. I was gonna do a recap today.
Yeah.
I might have to
I mean,
push that off.
yeah. I mean, hopefully it don't take long, whatever. We'll see.
Sounds like it's an emergency. Like, I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on. I don't want to know what's going on. We'll find out during the meeting.
But Sherelle, you see what I'm saying? Look, let's take biases aside, right? It's not easy.
Now look at him. Y'all look at Perry. Perry's trying not to smile. Perry's gonna say something crazy. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh,
Because I know you. What?
This beautiful woman, and how dare somebody? What Diddy did to her
Yes.
was unjust. You don't
Here
take
we
a.
go. We're back. Lawyer, you wrote, I see that Carrie is better fitting for you. I'm hurt that you think I'm malicious. You're very important to me. X, Cassie, Ventura laughs. You were trying to convey, Ventura, it's like a journal entry. So I don't know if she's talking about Leslie or if she's talking about Diddy. I'm going to reread it. Attorney says, you wrote, I see that Carrie is better fitting for you. I'm hurt that you think I'm malicious. You're very important to me. And then it says X, Cassie laughs. I think she's talking to Leslie, about Leslie. Lawyer, what were you trying to convey? Cassie, it's like a journal entry. Who do you think she's talking about, Perry?
I think they're going back to her cheating on the guy.
Oh, yeah, I think she's talking about
Right.
Leslie.
And then so she probably cheated on him that he moved on to some girl named Carrie.
Her
And
best
then
friend.
And then she act like that she was a matchmaker instead of a cheater. You know, I think you was much better off with Carrie anyway, and God bless.
I'm not
You know,
messing with you today. I'm not messing with you.
Terrell, what I'm trying to say is this though, right? I mean, because like after a while, you get tired of men not understanding women getting abused and all that stuff. But men get tired of women coming up with all these excuses too. Now, I'm a man. I'm saying what Diddy did was foul. Treated her unjust. But you can't say that she just stayed in this relationship out of her own greed. Now I'm about to go to that point. Because me being nice and saying, oh, because she loved him, it was greed. She left Leslie for a bigger bank.
I'm not messing with you.
Who had the bigger bank, Leslie or P. Diddy? I mean, P.
Perry,
Diddy.
somebody else answered Perry. I'm on a
Who
10-minute
had a
break.
bigger bank?
I'm not talking to him for 10 damn minutes. You're a mess.
But Leslie, stay there for a little bit just in case this shit don't work out. And matter of
Nobody
fact,
said all that, sir. Nobody said all of that.
The life I had with you, Leslie, it wasn't as exciting. It was just me and you. We had a lot of individual time. Look at me now. I'm at a freak off.
Perry, nobody said that, so stop. What's wrong with you? Did you take your meds today, sir? My goodness.
No, I just want people to be fair.
We are fair. We're saying this is not looking good.
I want people to see the sensitive side of people being SA'd and understand that. And then look at the other side. People have gold digger syndrome too.
Perry, we are acknowledging that these emails can be misinterpreted in a lot of different ways.
And they can be conniving. Okay, well, misinterpreted, or they can be conniving too.
We're back. Here we go. Lawyer, you discussed Carrie Morgan. Did you think Mr. Combs was attracted to her? So she's talking to Diddy. Ventura, there was a point in the very beginning. Lawyer, did that complication carry on in your relationship? Ventura, not really. Carrie was just always with us. Child, they got a lot going on, okay? I thought Carrie was the trusted best friend. I bet now find out Carrie was putting the moves on Diddy or vice versa, and then I can't handle it.
He probably was putting the moves on her. I mean, hell, she looked like Cassie.
She looks just like Kathy. Do you guys remember the picture I showed you yesterday of her best friend, Carrie Morgan? She looks exactly like Cassie. You know, I've had people like that before. My sister looked just like another girl that lived on our block. And Perry looks just like his father. I don't have any lookalikes. Nobody looks like me. Oh, no. Catch that. My grandmother looks exactly like me. But this woman looks exactly like Cassie, and I get them mixed up. So, you know, and Diddy's a nasty cornball. He probably put the moves on Carrie, and who knows, he could have been intimate with Carrie. I want to know more about Carrie. Was she at these damn freak offs? What was y'all doing?
Speculation. Objection. Or, you know, our Cassie insecurities could have had one believe.
Oh my God. I'm still on a 10-minute timeout. I'm still not talking to you, remember?
You know, Sherelle, I can't love you more.
I'm still not talking to you, sir.
I love you. I really do. But damn.
Because I get you're saying you're looking at it from the other side and how it can be taken different ways. Got it. It's not a good day for Cassie. And we're back. Lawyer says, I like to start asking about freak offs. Sometimes you wore a wig and a mask. Cassie, yes. Lawyer, the general public did not know. Lawyer, objection. Judge, rephrase. No one knew until November 2023 in the public. Cassie, yes. So she tried to hide her identity. There's no way to hide. What's Johnny Cochran said? If OJ put a hat on, does that make him look different, or did it make it look like OJ in a hat? If Cassie put a different wig on, does that make her look like a different person, or is it Cassie in a wig?
Yeah, I mean, so you basically wondering.
So I'm saying maybe she didn't wear the wigs for disguise. Maybe she wore the wigs like women wear wigs.
No.
Okay, Perry.
He was not outside in public with the wig on.
Okay, yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
Okay, no. She was role playing.
Okay, you're right.
Okay. So that's how y'all twist the shit. See, she was so ashamed of what she did, and out in public, she didn't want to show her face. No, she was just getting ready for Freak Off 39.
Love says, even if she would have left, she would never work again until he got his 10 album deal. She said, a nasty bastard. Thank you. And Perry, people agree with me. She had that in the back of her head. If she left him, she would never work in that town again.
Okay, well, she left him.
Eventually, but in the beginning, that's what she was thinking.
No.
Oh, you can't handle the truth, Perry. Perry can't handle the truth.
I can handle the truth, and I get the 10 record deal. I get it, because she can't move on to another producer or a company without them buying out his rights.
Right.
Do you think the lovely Cassie was the only person he jammed up business-wise?
No.
And I would wait. Well, so did they all stay with him? You want to just keep finding a reason. She wanted to be with that man for bragging rights. And now I got to keep getting a little deeper for bragging rights. Look who I'm with. You know how these athletes want the IG model? These girls.
Is there a point wrapped up in this?
He wanted Diddy for his statue and put up with his freakiness to get it. Just my opinion.
Cassie was being mentally abused, physically abused, and on drugs, and she's young. She's making bad decisions that she doesn't realize.
Tina Turner was physically abused too. Nobody's denying that. So you want to keep bringing up a thing. I know she was abused and mistreated.
Yes, and
when we move on to a different conversation, you want to just keep bringing it back to that.
Because it's very important. She's in the cycle of DV. It's a cycle. I'm telling you how their mind works. We're both speculating, but I'm telling you, you're in love with your captor.
And I'm telling you how a gold digger mindset works.
I can't.
Can we both just be right?
No.
To a certain degree?
No.
Something kept her going back home at night.
Listen,
and it wasn't the beatings.
That HGB.
It was the need to be with this man, and hopefully he would change. And everything would be great.
Right. That's a part of the cycle, always hoping he will change. But you have to admit that these drugs that she's on alters your thoughts. She's not thinking with a clear mind. Remember, she took drugs during the freak offs, before the freak offs to calm her nerves, then during the freak offs, and then after the freak offs, she don't have to think about what just went down. She and Diddy were both addicts. Both of them. Oh, what happened, Perry? The cat's got your tongue?
No, I mean,
these people were in a state where they were making irrational decisions. They can't think straight. Both of them.
Okay, well, now you coming around a little bit, but no, I was just reading the chat, and people was like, "Oh, Perry,
I don't believe you reading this chat. Put it on the screen."
I was.
Put it on the screen.
They said this. They said this. Oh, she never gave gold diggerness vibes. Well, look, a gold digger is a person that would do things for statue or financial reasons. And I call them gold diggers because, like, Cassie seen the things he did, the things he wanted. She still wanted to be with him because of his finances or his stature or just being the mogul that he was. Cassie left a man.
Oh,
it was perfectly fine.
That's so bad.
That wasn't wearing a pamper.
That's so
that wasn't making on the drippings on his nipples.
I can't.
Okay.
Something's wrong with you.
That was there to be with her and give her this individual time like she said she wanted.
I can't.
But his wallet wasn't big enough. It was not enough opportunity. Nothing had to do with these 10 records.
Listen, Perry, she's 19. She's dating an up-and-coming producer, up-and-coming. You see a man that's at the top of his game. Remember, Diddy ruled music, the rap game.
Here come the gold diggerness. Go ahead. Just keep talking because you're leading right into it.
I can't. Okay, you're right. You are trying to. Yeah, I know where you're going with this. You're
where you was going.
Objection.
Where you was going. A 19-year-old woman, and she's dating this young up and coming producer. But here come the mogul.
Oh my God!
Wouldn't you have left too, Perry? No, I wouldn't have, because Perry got character.
Let me check my screen. Hold on. Something is so wrong with him. Wrong. Thank you, Robin. Robin says battered wide syndrome. And what? Battered wife. She probably meant battered wife syndrome. She was caught up in the. Here we go. We're back. Lawyer. Fair to say, his career was ruined after your lawsuit. Ventura, I couldn't understand that. Lawyer, let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period?
Damn.
Ventura says, no, now. Lawyer says, what you be thinking about when you're horny? Oh my God. I'm gonna read that again. Lawyer, fair to say his career was ruined after your lawsuit. Ventura, I could understand that. Lawyer, let's read these messages. Mr. Combs wrote, when are you on your period? Cassie responds, no, now. The lawyer says, what you be thinking about when you're horny? Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Perry, I get it. These aren't looking good. And so, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Perry. You trying to get with the one who can move your career along faster.
Yvette, why are you playing into Perry's hands?
Yeah, I get you, right? Like, what I'm saying is, so are you looking for love?
Oh, God,
Or to get to the mountaintop of your career? And I'll even say this, over the 10 years, instead of going to these freak offs and all that, why ain't she worrying about this album? These 10 records.
We're back. A lawyer says, Miss Ventura, if you don't want to read the answers, I can read them. Ventura says, thank you. Lawyer says, the O has a lot of O's after them, right? Ventura, yes. Lawyer, after a freak off, you'd make love with Mr. Combs? Ventura says, yes. What the hell?
What the hell?
Ah.
What the hell? Hallelujah.
This really, yeah, I haven't. Let's just see what else happens. They're doing a lot of freaking. I mean, come on, all day. Then you, after the freak off too, this is crazy. This is they were living a crazy ass life.
And according to what y'all want me to believe, it was love that kept her there, and for the sake of her 10 album deal.
I'm gonna wring his neck. I'm gonna wring his neck. This life that they're leading couldn't be any crazier. And do you think other people live like this in this music business?
Yeah. You know, it's people right down the strip right now getting treated like Cassie. Not condoning it, just saying a lot of people live these lives, they get hooked up with these men that abuse them, that put them out there, that feed them fill them up with drugs, weaken them so that they can have total control over them. And I'm not saying it's right, it's just what's happening. But a lot of those girls, we ain't crying over because they didn't have the opportunities some of people have that voluntarily go into these situations.
Let me ask you this, Perry. If you are in the game, let's say you're a prostitute. If you're a prostitute and you're living this very fast-paced, drug-fueled lifestyle, you're on a road of a collision course, and the pimp does play a big role in that. He's responsible too, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, he the one got you hooked. He the one got you living in fear, right?
Right.
No, I mean, I get that.
We're back. Attorney, your period. Mr. Combs is asking you when you're on it, right? She says, yep. Lawyer says, he's asking in the context of when to meet up and have sex. Ventura, looks like it. Attorney, sometimes you watched him with a female. She says 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
Period. I'm not commenting. Just no comment.
No,
They
I
were
mean,
living very fast. That's crazy.
things that swingers do. They participate, they watch, they wear a mask, they get lubed up. I'm just telling you a few things that swingers do. And nothing's wrong with it if that's what you into. You could be into classical music or rock and roll, doesn't matter. Whatever you want to do. Somebody said Diddy was her pimp. Yeah, I mean,
He
and
was.
really, basically he was. Yes.
He was.
Yeah. I'm not doubting that.
But you're saying they're saying, because they said it in the opening statement, swinger lifestyle, and this would support those claims. We're not. Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one for the jury, because you have to prove that she was forced, right?
Right. And that's just my point. It's not right how, like, it could be in a regular neighborhood, a lot of shit going on. How men may treat their woman disrespectfully. That's just wrong. But Diddy was this kind of guy that just come out here all about control, all about his finances, and get these women hooked on the hype of being with a mogul, then filling with drugs. Drugs wasn't the first thing that caught them. It was his status. Lure them in. Come on in, little boys and girls. Oh, I got a little Kool-Aid for you over there. Drink that. Now, so he went through these stages with them.
Okay.
But the problem I
Here,
had with this whole thing, huh?
keep your eye on there. I got another poll. I don't want to see what everybody else is thinking. Oh, I closed the tab. Hold on one second. Because so this is what they're doing. So the defense is saying they lived a swinger lifestyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And these text messages show sometimes she was hold on. I keep getting these business messages. Anybody can see I am live. What are they doing?
I had to get back to where I was. Okay. That's not where I was.
I'm trying to put a poll out there. I just want to see how everyone else is.
See, Sherelle, when people say opposites attract, I am a witness to that. 35 years, we've been together almost 40 years, 38, 40 years. And that's saying it's two opposites attract.
So
Because-
Perry, come here for a minute.
Okay. Okay, I don't want to lose my spot. Hold that. Okay.
Here we go. We got another one just in. Read this. Come on. Here, let me. Okay, I'm gonna read this to you guys. Right here. Okay. It says, lawyer, you would remember if an assistant came in during one of your sessions with an escort. Cassie says, not necessarily. I was high. A lawyer said, so you don't remember much, Ventura? I had my privacy invaded during that relationship. I wonder where they're getting at with this. You will remember if an assistant came in during one of your sessions with an escort. Not necessarily. I was high. So you don't remember much? Ventura, I had my privacy invaded a lot during that relationship. Is there something they want me to do now? Okay. What? And I can't move forward either. I can't move forward unless I answer that question. Oh, here. Okay, I got it. This is kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of bad. Got my eye on it. Hold on. Not taking my eye off the screen. Well, let me ask you a question, you guys a question in the meantime. Do these messages prove a swinger's lifestyle? I want to know what you guys are thinking. Refresh. So I'm polling the chat, Perry. Do these messages show the lifestyle of a swinger? 50% says yeah. It kind of does. Oops, I missed super chat. She experienced, she didn't like it. Anyone or didn't want to do it consistent is taking away. Now she's being coerced.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nobody's taking the point away that Diddy took advantage of her, I want to say innocent, her willingness to make him happy. And he abused that. Because let's face it, she was willing to do a threesome to make him happy, to do a little something to make him happy. Then you give them an inch, they want a mile. But she kept going to the next level with him to please him. And it was not for no damn 10 record deal.
but we have to remember also this relationship came with a lot of physical abuse.
Right.
And nobody's.
So did Ike and Tina Turner. And nobody's condoning what the hell Ike did. You know what I'm saying? So
it's not looking good.
We'll go from her willingness to have these freak offs to it came with abuse. Yeah. Some relationships without the freak offs come with the abuse. And
So
what he did was right. Go ahead.
54%. So it's pretty much split. And it's probably split with the damn jury. It's a difficult day. Every day's a new day. We still have time.
It's men like Diddy that give men a bad name.
Right.
Because now people, oh yeah, all men's are dogs. Men think this way. And then they overlook there's a lot of women out there can be just as shitty, manipulative, like P. Diddy. And it's a lot of women out there that's just total freaks. Right? Sure. Quick tip.
I mean,
TikTok? Huh? No, I'm just saying. Look, men ain't the only one going off to these little swinger parties. It's women there too. They want to have a ball in their mouth. They want to be choked. They want to be whipped. They want to be cuffed. These different fetishes out there, regardless of what sex you is, if it's your thing, it's your thing. But it's not just men. And it sounds like she was open to try. And I know people wasn't born at 7 or 8, 16 at the freak offs, but it's something you get introduced to. And there's some people accept it, some people not like it. She seemed to at least been in that entry. Well, no, her shit went past entry. Swingerism. Because she was open to the idea. Most girls, and let's keep it real in this chat, and you can do a poll for this too. If your man was to come on and tell you, girl, it's Tuesday, we're gonna have a good weekend this weekend. I'm gonna bring in Tyrone and Bubba. You down for that? What's gonna be your damn answer? So not everybody's taking this invitation to these freak offs.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. A lot of people can look at it that way. We're worried about the judge looking at it that way. I mean, the jury looking at it that way. It's can be taken. Yeah, today's not a good day for Cassie. And and they did let the jurors know that she settled and took the 20 million. It's just not a good day for Cassie. But we knew this was coming.
Left a young producer. Went to
Okay.
Diddy.
Okay, Perry, we get it.
Diddy.
Here we go. We're back.
Into the trainer.
Lawyer says this is from July 2012. You say to Mr. Combs, I'm horny and bored. This was after a freak off, right? Ventura. There are a lot of Texas, she puts an S on it, here, said to be 25 pages. Where will defense exhibits enter into evidence be available? Again, this is July 2012. You say to Mr. Combs, I'm horny and bored. This was after a freak off, right? There are a lot of text messages here. She didn't say messages. She said text with an S. Yeah, this is not an occasional, this can be interpreted as a swinger's lifestyle, which is what they're trying to prove, and it looks like they are doing it.
See, because now, whether she meant this shit or not, this is from July 2012. You say, Mr. Combs, I'm horny and bored.
Hey, Perry. Okay.
This was after a freak off, right? There were a lot of texts here. Said to be 25 pages. Well, okay, whatever. Look. Let's keep it real.
I missed something. Hold on. Let me read this first. Sherelle is learning so much about freak offs and swingers. She will pass out if she ever went to. No, that's not my thing. It's just not my thing. It brings too much confusion. And go ahead, Perry. They're wanting you to talk.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I am admitting it, you guys. I'm not in denial. I'm saying this is not a good day for Cassie. I admitted it. So.
Okay.
It just doesn't feel good. Go ahead, Perry.
Let's keep it real. What did it say? Now, just reading the text. People go, oh, young and, little Baptist chick, Catholic girl that just got turned into these things and forced to do it. Most people ain't going to enjoy a freak off unless it's something that you feel fulfilled by. And after a freak off, that they say lasts 4, 6 hours, 9 hours, You walk away there and still talking about you feeling horny. What did that say about your sexual appetite? Was that forced too? She don't satisfy them if she did the thing. I mean, was she showing him that she had a lot of sexual stamina? I did that for you, but honey, now I'm just horny for you. I don't know.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Are you done?
I'm done. It just don't
Yes,
make
it can be interpreted that way. So we have to keep going and looking at other evidence. Not a good day for Cassie today. Not a good day. But I'm just glad she's testifying. You know, she could have said that she couldn't make it because she was pregnant, and we knew this is our justice system. You know, one side paints you out to be a monster, one tries to defend you. So, and we can't really explain the text messages quite yet. Here we go. What does this say? No, not that. It's not a good day for Miss Ventura. But there's redirect and there's other evidence.
So I don't know.
It's not a good day today. But the day's just getting started. It's only 9 o'clock. It's noon there. Oh, they're going to be breaking soon. Let me make sure for lunch. They're going to be breaking soon. Ciao. Sherelle, this is just the text messages. There will be more evidence coming their way. There's a video. Okay, let's just wait. Let's just wait. Let's just wait and see what happens.
I get to learn all these new terms and shit now. Like,
let me see what Bonji has to say. Oh, did I take Callie off?
I was trying to.
Bonji says, yes, both victims and predator can describe Cassie. Perpetrator, sorry. Yes, both victim and perpetrator can best describe Cassie. Yeah, we've got, it's not a good day, not a good day if you are Team Cassie. But remember, this is supposed to be a character witness. And when you have a character witness on every stand, what they do is go after your character. So people can say, you don't qualify to, you know, you're bad too, basically. Yeah, not a good day. It's almost noon, so you guys, this should be done. They should break for lunch. We need the break. We need a break. Okay, I need them to hurry up.
No, they ain't gonna break for lunch. It's about 30 more minutes. I mean, that's been their average.
Oh, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was trying to just catch up on young things because these young people will be talking, oh, it's the BDM something. What the hell is this? I'm trying to figure out what they're talking about.
It's a drug. It's some initials.
I mean, this sounds like some kind of sexual fetish.
I don't understand what these drugs do, but we were looking, I guess, ecstasy people take for SEX, and I don't know.
Now, you see what I'm saying? Look at this. It says BDSM is problematic because you are still harming someone. I don't think they're talking about a drug. Harming someone, even if they are twisted in the head enough to think that they want it all the time.
Maybe that's some kind of sex act.
Yeah, it's something. Like, I don't know.
When you put all that stuff on and dress and role play.
Yeah, bedtime. Let me see. Shit, I don't know. I can say bed dysfunctional sexual.
No, it's BDSM. Let me look it up. Keep your eye on the screen, and I'm gonna look it up.
Okay. I don't know what the fuck they got going on these days.
It means bondage. This is ridiculous, y'all. Bondage, discipline, dominance, submission, sadism, and
Sadism.
SADISM, sadism,
Yeah, honey,
and masochism. Y'all, I don't know what this stuff means. Child, some stuff I don't want to know about. Okay, no.
Damn.
But what she's saying is that's that type of lifestyle. They do all kind of crazy shit. All kind of crazy shit.
Yeah.
I know. Is this?
I mean, and they don't turn sex into like a religious sacrifice or some shit.
It's too much info over here. Okay, I don't know what they be doing.
And they had me at the bondage. I'm locked up and won't let me out.
Putting someone in handcuffs or ropes. That's what this says, or other tools.
And they put the chain and that ball in your mouth down in the basement.
D stands for discipline, the use of rules and punishment to control behavior. I'm done. I'm not reading that no more. Okay, I get it. It's some freaky shit. That is ridiculous.
They got rules and regulations.
That's what it says. I don't know.
And this thing, who dictates this? The man or the woman?
Probably the person with the whip. I don't, Perry. How you ask the chat? Ask the chat, because I do not know.
Because I need you to be obedient.
That is some crazy shit. I mean, I guess what you do in your bedroom is your business, but when your name is Diddy, it's gonna come out in the public. What y'all be doing? That is crazy. Oh, look, baby, you got paint on your phone. Thank you for painting the walls yesterday.
Yeah.
You're a jack of all trades. It looks really good too. So
I'm
I
just
have this thing you got. Go
Huh?
ahead. I was telling the chat, I have this. I'm not going to even use the word obsession no more because it's just going to remind me of Diddy ass. I have this thing, okay? I have to have clean walls, like got to be clean. So
I'm starting to think I'm down with BDSM.
Something's wrong with my husband. Y'all please ignore him. Child. I mean, that stuff is crazy. Do you remember 4 from Chicago Inc.? He's into that stuff, and they were walking him down the street, and he was crawling, and they had him on a leash. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
That stuff is weird to me.
That's what that is?
I don't want to judge. He was in a cage. Do you remember that? I don't want to judge people.
No. Yeah, that's a little too freaky. I ain't trying to do that.
Like, I don't want to judge people. What you do in your bedroom is your business. I would just say that's a little out there for me. They be dressing crazy. Like, what, all this leather shit. Child, no. I'm too old. But even if I wasn't too old, that's just not my thing. Like, what? And it seems to take up most of your day. Okay, I got to think about it all day. I got to book the hookers. I got to get the outfits and the wigs and it's too much.
You see? But the reason why they come with these initials these days is they say some people just think the regular X is boring. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe it is.
So sometimes you get to crack that whip.
I mean, but it seems to take a lot of time, Kat. Like, why I gotta dress up? Why I got to,
It
Buy
seems like
the buy the outfits. I got to get the handcuffs, child. It's too much.
it seems like it can cause a lot of injury too.
Well,
I
those.
mean,
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Lawyer, you said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also sent you encouragement and called you a queen, right? Yes. Sidebar. I can't believe. Lawyer says, what would trigger Mr. Combs? Instant calls to you. Incest calls to you. I don't know. Ventura, anger, doubt about where I was. His triggers. He always, let me read this again. So there had to be a quick sidebar. You and Mr. Combs you said Mr. Combs often put you down, but he also said you encouragements and called you a queen, right? Ventura, yes. Sidebar. Lawyer, what would trigger Mr. Combs? Incest calls to you. Ventura, anger, doubt about where I was. So he was really anal about knowing where she was at all times. He called you queen. She said, but you said he always tore you down, but he called you queen. So what does that have to do with anything? You look like shit today, queen. Does that make it approving? Because he used the word queen? It's crazy. Will his super freak with men come out? It should.
I think so. I think so. If they talking about bringing the guy, I have that Adi guy.
Lawyer says, if he suspected you of cheating, he'd call you incessantly. Ventura, that was one of the reasons. Lawyer, because he thought, objection, here we go, sustained. Would you let them talk? My goodness. Objection, objection, objection. Sidebar, recess.
So is it a sidebar? Can I go and get coffee or what?
It was a quick sidebar, but you can't go get coffee. I got it.
Okay, shit. I'm
Did
asking
you
for a
drink any
recess.
coffee this morning? Did you drink any coffee this morning? Oh,
Yeah, just 1 cup.
okay. Go ahead. I got it. I got it.
Yeah, all right.
Ah, peace. He's gone, y'all. We got a little moment of peace.
Watch your mouth.
Peace. Yeah, this whole BDSM thing is very involved. Lots of stuff to do, lots of stuff to buy, a lot of planning. I mean, I couldn't. Y'all know I'd be busy. I couldn't have mine, but once every 3 months, because this is too much. Let's see what y'all talking about. A lady that was in the courtroom said the defense isn't really doing anything. No, we'll see. Sherelle, you don't need to plan, buy anything, or wear some mask. That's what they're making it seem like. They said she's in a wig, and Diddy was in a mask, and so. But don't you, Kat? Don't you still need the chains and the whips? Because I can't do that either. Because if you mess up and whip me too hard, I'm hitting you back. That's what I'm doing. If you hit me too damn hard, I'm knocking your ass out. I'm trying with all my might to hit you back. And if you leave any injuries, then I might sue your ass. I can't do it, Kat. I'll be sort of. If you hit me with one of them things and it left a mark, I'll sue you. Yeah, no. Oh, here, Kat says, BDSM, the whips come into the S-Pass, which is sadism. Sadism? That sounds like Hold on, let me look. I can't take my eye off of the screen, but I'm gonna keep this up there because when Perry comes back, I'm gonna look this up. Sadism don't sound. I don't know what it is. I have to check it out. Child, it's a lot. And when was he doing all this? So when they did Making the Band, that was in 05. Okay, that's before Cassie. How does he have time to work? Because this is a lot. This is often, feels like she said it just got progressively worse, more regular. It went from occasional to everyday to several times a day. That's crazy. That is too much for me. I would say there must be an age requirement on BDSM because old people, we get tired real quick. But me and Diddy are the same age. So he probably added Viagra to his mix of drugs. Okay. Hold on, let me keep looking. Because this is no way Diddy can be. Here we go. Attorney, do you believe Mr. Combs has good taste? Ventura, I think he does. Lawyer, he's had an impact on fashion. Ventura, people like his style. Sean John. Lawyer, did you consult with him on your look? Cassie, sometimes I got advice I didn't ask for. Well, I want to know who made you shave your head. Do you guys remember for like 3 years? Maybe the whole relationship. No, not the whole relationship, but she wore it for a long time. She had shaved her head off, her hair. And then there was only one side. But Rihanna did it too. I guess it was a style for a while. I didn't get that style. I don't get it. If you're going to shave your head, shave the whole damn thing. But they left a portion.
Did I miss anything?
No. Watch it for me. I'm looking up this sadist, what it is. It is the practice or tendency of gaining pleasure. Okay, I thought it had something to do with the devil. From inflicting pain, humiliation, or suffering from another person. Yeah, I'm too old for this. I'm too old for this.
Damn. What?
That BDSM. She kept saying it involves sadism. Right. I hope I said it right. And sadism means pleasure, often sexual, from inflicting pain. Because I said if I was in a freak off and they were doing that BDSM and somebody hit my ass too hard and then left a mark, I would sue them.
We be in that motherfucker fighting. I mean, if you hit me, I'm gonna hit you just like that. Look, now you done took this little sexual fantasy shit a little too damn far. Now I already dressed up for you, but now you gonna break out that whip? I was just role playing. I'm really not Toby. You ain't gonna whip me with that shit. I mean, that shit
might be gentle because nobody would do it. Well, it said to inflict pain, so maybe it was hard.
The crazy part at first, when I seen it a long time ago, I thought people use real whips.
Oh, it's not real?
Well, I guess they toy like. I don't think they like the shit back in slavery, like those kind of whips. You know what I'm saying?
Perry, do you remember one time we went to the Heart Attack Cafe? And so we went to this restaurant in Vegas. It's famous. They serve you an insane amount of food, right? And you're supposed to eat it. If you don't eat it, then they hit you with a paddle, right? Mm-hmm. And so there was this little person, a dwarf. There was a dwarf that intentionally didn't eat his food because he wanted her to spank him. She had a paddle. But she was beating the hell out of him because he kept asking him to go harder. Do you remember that? I recorded it. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And almost knocked his little ass over.
He just pow, pow. You can hear the shit echoing across the restaurant. And he must have been in that BDSM shit.
I think so.
Because he's harder. What the hell wrong with you? Like, see, that's a problem. See, because I'm not down with OPP. I'm just not down with that shit.
I recorded it. I should play it one day. I recorded it. And he was getting his rocks.
No satisfaction out of that shit.
I was like, what the hell is wrong with him? And his face was turning red, and he kept telling her harder. Child, I thought she was going to knock his little ass out that window.
He probably go in there daily and purpose not eat all his food just so he can get paddled. And when that waitress get tired, can you send me another waitress, please? It's sick ass.
Crazy. Oh boy. This has been a crazy day. We learned a lot, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
And Diddy is rich. There probably was a spanking room and
I think you
a
got an update
room
a minute ago.
No, read it. What are you
It
reading?
says he still ran his companies even while having
all. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Lawyer. He still ran his companies even while having all these freak offs, right? Ventura, he did. Lawyer. What was he addicted to? Ventura laughs. Success. Lawyer says he substances opiates. Sorry, you guys. Mm-hmm. What substance? Opiates? Yes, he told me, and I saw it. You could tell that Diddy was addicted to something because when he had that interview with that guy Giggs, I think it's Giggs from England, he was high. He was just high. He was just high. And then I hear the rumor is that him and Cassie went to rehab a couple times. Shayna says, I watched this show just for Perry's jokes. Oh, please. Shayna, don't. Don't.
I got a question for Shayna. Are you down with BDMS? I mean, BDM, something.
BDSM. BDSM.
I'm going to write it down. BDSM.
You should have heard of it. Remember that time when you were talking shit about
Yeah,
one of the bloggers and you dressed like that?
And then I went to because dude, that's some freaky stuff. But you know what's weird about that kind of lifestyle? That shit ain't cheap.
Right. So let me tell you guys, one time Perry was in an argument with another blogger who I'm not going to mention his name because that's all behind us. And he, never mind. Let's not talk about it.
Okay.
But yeah, it was expensive. And Perry tried to dress, this is a mess. So Perry came on the scene and he had this mask on his head and the ball and a whip.
And see, for one thing, I don't like pain. Another thing, I couldn't get into that game because that shit is too expensive. That wasn't pleasurable. It's just not. Losing money and getting beat just don't make sense to me. I mean, I guess I'm like Diddy.
Everybody in the chat, do y'all remember what I'm talking about? Please don't say the blogger's name. I'm not trying to bring up old times. But do y'all remember Diddy, Perry dressing like that? And don't say why. Please don't. I don't want to bring up the past, but it was just hilariously funny. Someone said they remember. Someone said they remember. I lost it. Somebody, let me see. You remember, Victoria? Perry is a damn fool. Yeah, you remember, Bonji? Perry is a fool. He actually went to a sex shop. He came home dressed in all this I'm like, okay, here we go. Lawyer, did Mr. Cohn's mood depend on whether or not he was withdrawing from opiates? Ventura, he was more irritable, I would say. Lawyer, what other drugs was Mr. Combs addicted to? Objection, no foundation. Judge, I'll ask if I want the grounds. I think they were addicted to a lot of stuff. And didn't we say yesterday they also took the powder? So they took opiates, they took that GHB, ecstasy, Molly, and the white powder. You remember that, Renee? You remember that? Don't say who he was talking about, because I don't want to bring that stuff back up, but Perry's a mess. Shane said, Diddy has a micro P.
That was what they said last night.
Micro PP in yesterday's testimony. They said that, Perry? Mm-hmm. Oh my God. This is terrible. I know both of this is just a mess.
That's probably why he do what he do. And he got to bring in people like the Punisher. Because he can't. Yeah.
Who am I? I don't need to know. I do not need to know the size. They said it in court. That's insane. I can't. What is this? What's happening here, Perry? We are too immature for these subjects. That's what's happening. Know.
He's swinging that air.
Perry.
Ain't he a damn thing?
Child, this is too much. Too much. Of micro PP. I can't. Child, how embarrassing. I wonder if his face turned a dark shade of gray, because he's too dark to turn red. His face was ashy gray. That's so funny. But anyway, we're laughing, cutting up, acting silly. How's it? Shana says it was the size of a Tootsie Roll. I can't. No, you think that's true? All of these freak offs, and you got a micro?
But if you think about it, why did he have to bring in men with a foot long? Something he ain't have.
Well, how are you by with a tiny one? Well, you know, that's not attractive.
He still received things.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay,
okay.
I had it twisted in my head.
Yeah.
I thought he was the pounder. You can't be the pounder with a micro.
He couldn't be the supplier, no. You get to pay somebody.
I'm sorry, guys. We're acting childish. Sorry, we're childish.
It's Renee got you thinking like that, talking like that. Renee, and then the chat.
Itty bitty, itty bitty Diddy. Okay, we gotta stop. Itty bitty Diddy. No, child. Yes, that's what I'm gonna call him. Child, this is a mess. Can you imagine? You're in court.
Wait, maybe that's where all the beating and torturing come from. He angry. Ain't right, girl. I heard somebody else in there screaming. I can't do it, huh? Let me hit you a couple times. He turned to,
No. It's odd. Now, I'm being professional about this. It really throws me off. His personality, he's so domineering and controlling. And then, you're vulnerable. At the same time, you got the little one. Child, this is too much.
He ain't even need a towel. He ain't even have nothing to hide. Child. He's just a waste of time.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm
Get an
acting
update,
like
honey. Update.
not on my phone. Give me a second.
Okay.
Refresh, going down. Here we go. Judge, rephrase. Lawyer, what was his drug of choice? Ventura, ecstasy or MDMA? Lawyer, opiates daily? Ventura, when he was doing them. Lawyer, you saw him withdraw? Ventura, yes. So these opiates, I'm going to assume, is the same thing as opioids, right? This is a pandemic. Well, it used to be a pandemic going across our country with people taking these opiates, but now they're on to I can't. Bonji. I don't know. How will we know? I don't know, Bonji. So it's a pandemic going across our country with these opiates. They've taken everything basically out there except for the big F. And that could have been laced in some of their stuff. You guys know what Fenty, I'm gonna call it Fenty. This is insane. I'm surprised. I'm really shocked that nobody OD'd. Or did they? And it was kept a secret. Because, you know, he had a whole staff, medical staff, that would check them out after these freak-offs. And I've never heard of a freak-off that you needed a IV after. What the hell was they doing? This is crazy. Somebody could have really got hurt. That really got hurt. That's why he's hiring the men. The micro D drove him to psychosis. Child, I can't. I cannot. I hear you laughing, Perry. What you doing? Take care of business?
Yeah, I was trying to check. Yeah.
I saw it. You good?
Huh?
I saw them respond to you. Are you good?
Yeah, it's good. I'll be back in a minute. I'm here, but I'll be back.
These things were just very dangerous. Very dangerous. These freak-offs were very dangerous. Also, too, we wouldn't know if something happened because no one's going to talk about it, especially if celebrities are at these parties. No one's going to talk about it. But it's sad that Diddy didn't have anybody in his life. No, listen to this. There was nobody in Diddy's life to say to him, you're getting out of hand. Here we go. Here we go. Judge, we'll break. Lawyer says, we are in your cross. We have a lot of exhibits. Let me confer over lunch. Judge, non-responsive. Will you finish today or early tomorrow? Mark Agnafilo says, to the end of tomorrow. So she's going to be on the stand again tomorrow. So, wow. This is a lot. This will be her tomorrow. This is her second day, right? Yeah. Tomorrow will be her third day.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first day with Cross, though. I mean, she was with the friendly territory yesterday.
Yeah. I just hope that we've seen the worst of the worst, but I'm being told it's not the worst of the worst. There's some video out here that's really going to, they say, change my mind. So I don't know. I'm waiting on some video. What? So are we on a break? Yes. Now we are waiting for. Let's see. So they're on a lunch break. And how long is that? About an hour? Here we go.
Yeah, for an hour. Yeah. So and then
Hold on 1 second. Mark Agnafilo says we might not be able to finish tomorrow. This is the most important witness, judge. For months we said this witness had to be off the stand by the end of the week. So the judge is chastising them. The attorney says our direct was a day and a half, limited them to that. So the defense is playing dirty again. If the judge told you only had a certain amount of time of cross, now you got all of this new evidence you want to put into the mix, and now you want to stretch out her testimony. If they agreed on a certain amount of days, if I was the judge, I wouldn't give it to you. He's waiting. He's being a slickster. I still like Mark Agnafilo, but he's being a slickster. Don't. We ain't gonna be up here for days just bashing the hell out of Cassie with evidence that you never showed us up until yesterday. No, I wouldn't give you shit. I like Mark, by the way, but I'm just saying, if I was the judge, these are the thoughts that would be going through my mind. No. Judge says, show Miss Ventura the exhibits in advance. Maybe just ask her questions rather than these exhibits. We have a timing concern. Mark says, they called 2 witnesses to start. That wasn't our choice. It's a critical, important witness. Judge says, streamline things. What does that mean, Perry?
Just fast forward them. Like, don't be having all these pauses. Get this shit in and out.
Yeah.
Do it quickly.
Yeah, and he's right. Like, no. Mark is being a little brat. I wouldn't give him an extra day, especially if I told you in pre-trial that you only had this limited amount of time. She's pregnant. You're not going to keep her on the damn stand for days at a time while your ass. Hold on.
Car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrong.
Let's see if they're going to do some kind of break. Don't be coming up here at the last damn minute asking me for more time. That's what he's doing. Here we go. We'll break. Okay, so they're on a break officially now.
Well, it sounds like the prosecution mad. They had a day and a half to direct with Cassie. They saying, hey, only took us a day and a half to say nice things about her. We should limit them to a day and a half on her character.
Yes, that's exactly what they're saying. And they have every right to say that. I'm team prosecution on this one. Especially if I told you, Perry, he's playing some kind of head game. That's what he's doing. The defense, they're playing a head game.
You know, Sherelle, like, I don't know about that, right? I mean, you saying it because we basically ready to get past this and see if they got any proof that this man did any of these charges. Okay. Because even talking about the character, now, it was fine when they was talking for a day and a half.
Perry, they didn't go over. They didn't introduce new evidence at the last damn minute. You can't deny that.
I'm sure the defense wanted them to stop after a half a day. Did they stop? Can't stop, won't stop. They didn't stop. Now, just because you only got certain questions you might want to ask your client for a day and a half.
What are you getting at? That Perry,
they
had instructions. They had instructions from a judge. How long is this going to take you? Pre-trial. You said this much amount of time. And now you're asking for an extended amount of time. There's no getting around that. He already asked you that.
it don't really sound like the judge really
I wouldn't give them shit.
It sounded like they were just saying, "Hey, I'm gonna bring
Well,
this person
the
to the
prosecution
stand.
does. Right.
I'm gonna question them approximately about
Right.
this amount of time." They could have said, "We probably gonna do it too." When things come up, you still need to correct them. I don't know. I mean,
What?
but really,
Yeah,
really,
thank
okay.
you, sir. Thank you.
I would say this. I don't think they need too much time with Cassie because I I don't think she's that relevant to these charges.
Right. Right.
So
Right.
yeah, whatever. But mm-mm-mm.
Right. We got but maybe they can't, maybe they want to present stuff to her that they were going to do later on when it was their turn.
Mm-hmm.
Because if she takes a risk of maybe not coming back or,
Well,
losing the essence of. Go ahead.
yeah, the prosecutor realized the shit ain't looking real good. We need to stop this shit now.
Right.
We don't need her to be asked one more damn question
Right.
about
Right.
her willingness to participate in
Yeah.
the BDSM
Yeah.
or whatever it is, you know. I don't know.
So they're on a break. They're on a break. We're waiting for a Perry. Oh, you don't have anything. Long crime. We're waiting for long crime. Let me go to CNN with their updates. Ooh, this is long. All right. So their last update would say is titled
questions, because today is such a pivotal day. Cassandra Ventura is not only back on the stand, the key witness, victim number one in this case, but she is being cross-examined by Sean Combs' defense team. And there are a number of areas that they are going to hit. But again, we are going to be taking your questions. We're going to be getting expert analysis on this cross-examination. There are no cameras in the courtroom. There's no audio recording equipment. The questioning is like. It's a whole other thing. The tone in which the cross-examination is being conducted, how are the jurors responding? These are things we do not get from the transcript alone. So I'm so happy that we're going to have Elizabeth on. Now, just to give you an idea about what we're talking about in this case, Sean Combs, of course, being charged with sex trafficking of two alleged victims, including Cassandra Ventura, also charged with conspiracy, racketeering conspiracy. So we're talking about a criminal enterprise. We're talking about an agreement to further racketeering activities, criminal activities, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Over the last 2 days, Cassandra Ventura has elicited truly disturbing and compelling testimony. And I actually have a sidebar coming out where we take what she said and we match it up to the charges that Sean Combs is facing. And arguably, she has ticked off a lot of the boxes, a lot of the elements for the prosecution to secure a conviction against Sean Combs. However, there is a lot of room by which the defense can move here. And so what are some of the things we've heard already? That it's what we expected, by the way, and what they needed to do given the testimony that came out. So they need to do two things. Telling the truth, this does not amount to sex trafficking or racketeering. They focused on coming back, although she disputed that she loved him, that there might be instances where she was jealous, that she needed attention, that she wanted a baby, that she helped him set up the freak-offs, that she didn't properly voice her objections, that she at one point didn't say it mattered when the freak-offs happened. It's the idea that she was a willing participant, that she consented to a lot of this alleged criminal behavior or alleged sex trafficking. And, one thing the defense even displayed was a 2009 exchange where Combs apparently wrote, "When do you want to freak off?" To which Ventura appeared to respond, "I'm always ready to freak off." These are important issues that are being discussed. So I want to bring on right now criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson Ferrer, and also criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Serena Townsend. It's great to have you both here. Thank you so much for taking the time. Safa, I'll start with you. Again, it seems to me this is not entirely unexpected, what we're hearing from the defense. Do you think it's effective, what they're hitting?
think it's absolutely effective. One of the things that the defense is trying to do here is essentially say, hey, this is not a racketeering case. This is, in fact, more of a domestic violence case. And we're not disputing that Mr. Combs may have been an unfavorable human being to Ms. Ventura, but this is better fit in the world of domestic violence, not racketeering activity. And so the defense is cross-examining her, essentially showing that yes, and admitting that yes, this is was a domestically violent relationship. But not only that, but Ms. Ventura had times or the ability to exit that relationship over a period of time, that she herself was a willing participant based on some of the text messages that are now in evidence and some of the testimony which indicated that she, wanted to participate in these sorts of things because she didn't want him to do them with anybody else. There was a period of time, I believe, where they broke up and ultimately possibly got back together or had sexual activity after the breakup. So the defense is really going to crack at those things to show that this was not done by force or coercion or anything of that nature.
But Serena, the question is, could she really leave, right? So what came out of the last 2 days? You not only have a 17-year age difference, there were text messages that arguably showed a level of manipulation from Sean Combs. There was her testimony and apparently photographs, and of course the 2016 videotape that shows he was physically violent with her. And the question is, if you step away, if you don't do what he wants, you could face his wrath. And the idea there that he had financial control over her, he was controlling different aspects of her life, the way she appeared. It's not so simple, right? Now, I will tell you, I knew the defense, and they haven't gotten it quite yet, I don't believe. She claims she was raped by Sean Combs and then had one more consensual encounter with him. Now, you and I both know that's happened in a number of sexual abuse cases. There are a number of reasons why an alleged victim might go forward. But this is a jury who's hearing all this. And I do wonder, does the last 2 days of testimony, and it was incredibly graphic. Let me say that right here. What we're hearing is incredibly graphic and disturbing, and we are not going to repeat all of these allegations, but I want to give you a fair warning about what we're talking about. Does what they heard in the last 2 days, Serena, completely outweigh where the defense is going to go on cross-examination?
So much about this case is who is picked on that jury. One would hope that a jury could understand and appreciate that there are many, many layers to this story. And while it might have been a domestic violence situation, it could also have led to this RICO case, this trafficking case.
Right.
And it is not as simple you're right. And it's not as simple to say, listen, she came back to him over and over again. There are these text messages, and therefore that's all there is to the story. It is a layered story, and the prosecution does have an uphill battle to overcome those text messages and the things that she has said in the past. It'd be very important for them to educate the jury about what a domestic violence victim goes through, about the fact that she was only 19 years old. And I do think that that video is so compelling. It adds so much to her testimony so that the prosecution can say, don't just listen to what she said, watch what happened.
Of course. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break because we're getting Elizabeth Milner up here during the lunch break. I want to know what the scene was like in that courtroom and how the questioning and answers were conducted. So stay with us here on Long Crime. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with Elizabeth, and we're also going to take your questions on the other side. Stay with us.
her relationship with him, because to your point, Jesse, a lot of this stuff, a lot of some of these messages that we did see in court today were very graphic in nature. And so, the questioning was starting out about the relationship between the two. When it first started out and around that 2007 time period, around that 2009 period, that's when the questioning at the beginning of it kind of all started. And you would think that that would be, an aggressive moment or a combative moment, especially as you're seeing messages that say, I'm a very lucky woman, I miss you, and I'd fly wherever you need me, I love you. And then you see Diddy respond, I love you so much, it makes me cry. And then Cassie writing back, you hungry pop. But I'm thinking, just from my perspective, that around those time frames, she was still relatively young. For the most part, she was in her early 20s. She was also asked about a previous relationship she had with another music producer named Ryan Leslie. And around this time frame, the defense was kind of saying, when you started dating him, you were 18, 19 years old, and he was 10 years older than you. And asking, with respect to Sean Combs and respect to Diddy, asking whether or not, that her entire world opened up because she was dating this man at this time period. Because remember, around that time, Diddy essentially reigned king amongst everyone. And so a lot of the questioning was a lot of messages that were shown today. A lot saying, I love you so much. It made me feel like I can't wait until we just don't care anymore. And by saying we don't care anymore, that's about, her just wanting to be open and public about this relationship. You see Cassie say, Pop, I really miss you. And Diddy responding in these messages, me too, baby. Damn, I can't wait until I see you. You see a 2010 message where Cassie says, so you hung up. It's like I need to have something written out to say to you with no breathing room or you'll get mad at me. I haven't talked to you at all. I know you have 3 minutes because, around this time he is running a bunch of businesses. He's going to board meetings. He's traveling across the country. But it seems like, Cassie, from her point of view, just by reading these messages, that you could kind of tell that she was just somebody, at least from my perspective, somebody that was young and in love and just wanted her boyfriend around that time. I will say, as far as just kind of the tone in the courtroom today, this was a day many of us were waiting for, because it is the cross-examination. We were wondering what the defense is going to try to poke at with, kind of maybe discrediting some of the claims, especially the claims about whether or not this was consensual or non-consensual, whether or not Cassie initiated wanting to do these FOs, or whether it was, Sean Combs who initiated and wanted to do it and made her, gather these escorts. And we haven't gotten too far into the testimony. I will say one thing today, Jesse, and some of the arguments that we had heard, even as I was leaving the courtroom, just to come out and do this hit with you today, is that Cassie may be on the stand well until tomorrow as well, too, still in cross-examination, something that the judge was a little like, whoa, what are you guys talking about? You guys told me that you would be wrapped up today or possibly tomorrow. And the defense said today that they still have so much more to go over, to the point that this could drag into Friday and possibly even spill over into Monday if they have to do redirect or even have to do recross. And so that was something that they were ironing out as soon as the lunch break hit, right when I was leaving to come out here to speak with you. And so it seems like they still have a long ways to go into this cross-examination. There were times that I was thinking maybe that this would get combative. Maybe Cassie would get mad or angry or anything like that. I saw none of that. She was, again, very forthcoming. Answering her questions in the courtroom, still very soft-spoken, even when those graphic messages were shown inside the courtroom, even as she had to read some of these, and these are very sexual in nature. Some of them I'm not going to repeat here on air, but for the most part, when she was answering the question, she still kept the exact same tone that she had even during her direct examination. As for Ana Maria Estevao, excuse me, I mispronounced her name earlier when we were talking about her, but even when she was asking her questions, it was a little kind of messy at times. I was kind of like, is she just going to ask a direct question? And Cassie was like, can you repeat that? Can you rephrase it? And then there were a lot of objections during the line of questioning. One thing I did note is that I'm a little surprised that Ana Maria Estevao is actually doing the line of questioning, because from what I can see of her, she's conferring a lot with Tenny Garagos during this line of questioning, whereas with AUSA Emily Johnson, when she was doing her direct examination, as far as, Maureen Comey is as far as she was participating in that. She was just, handing her sticky notes from time to time. She would get up, she would sit down. It wasn't too distracting, kind of like it is a little bit between the defense table, just kind of going back and forth. You see Diddy at the defense table. He is, again, participating in his defense. He's very much eyeballing these exhibits. He's writing notes down. He's conferring, with Mark Agnifilo and who's sitting right beside him, who normally sits kind of at the end of the table, but for today he's sitting right beside Diddy. And so that's pretty much the big sticking points that I'm definitely seeing with this cross-examination so far. And again, we still have so much more to go, according to the defense. They're not even scratching the surface yet, according to them.
Not surprisingly, I think it was said today, this is the star witness of the prosecution's case. I think that
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you, in-store and on the job site, with top-quality durable paints, knowledgeable field reps, and exclusive professional contractor benefits. Dutch Boy Professional Series paints, available at Menards.
Elizabeth Milner, great reporting as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so I want to continue the conversation and take your questions right now about this. I'm back here with Saf. I'm back here with Serena. So one of the questions that we got, and I want to pull it up right now. Let me just pull it up where it was, where we got it. It was a good question. Now I'm having trouble finding it. Okay. This is a question from Jaden Jarrell. I'm going to throw this to you, Safa. Do you think the text messages make her not credible? And when we think about text messages, I'll give you an example. This was one from apparently she wrote to Combs in an email. In order for me to be more open with the things we do in bed, I need to feel safe, like home, like this is my husband. And this is the only man that will ever have this aggressive sexual side of me. When we used to freak off, when we were so in love, there were no questions asked. It felt right. Like it literally made sense for the next step in our sex life together. What do you think?
The text messages certainly will weigh on her credibility. I think what we've heard, or what we're hearing now through the cross-examination, is the defense attorney essentially using these text messages to say to her, well, listen, you again were a willing participant, you continue this relationship with him. And the defense is highlighting that through those text messages and through the conversations Ms. Ventura has been having. But it also goes both ways, because also in those text messages, which there are some ones for the prosecution here, she discusses how he has been physically violent towards her. They discuss the freak offs and a number of other things that really go to show that there was some sort of physical violence within the relationship, threats of force and things like that, which the government essentially has to prove. So the jury is going to determine how credible Ms. Ventura is, and the judge will instruct them on how to determine that. And they will be able to decide whether or not those text messages are consistent with her credibility, and if they either bolster or affirm her credibility or discredit her.
Well, I'll tell you what, we did a poll up on Law and Crime. This was the question. After hearing both the allegations and the defense cross-examination so far, who do you find more credible? 80% say Cassie, 20% say Diddy. Serena, you think that's going to be consistent with what the jury's thinking at this point? Or it's very difficult to know because, again, there's one thing how we're listening to the transcript, or at least we're reading from the transcript, versus how the questioning is done inside that courtroom. What do you think?
So much plays a role here, Jesse. It goes in every different direction. First of all, the people who are taking the poll are almost self-selected, right? They're obviously interested and have been following the Diddy case for a long time. They might actually know, your Law and Crime viewers might know a lot more about this case than the jurors do, at least at this point. And so it's hard to say whether it's going to, spill over to how the jury feels. On the other hand, the jury is supposed to be objective. It's supposed to reflect the community, and hopefully the jury is listening very, very intently to all of the testimony, both the cross and also the direct from the prosecution. I do think that Cassie has come across very credible. I also do think that there is a little bit of an uphill battle with respect to these text messages, because they're going to try to say, look, you're saying these things now, but your state of mind at the time was that you were a willing participant.
We'll talk about the defense and something that Elizabeth just brought up, Safa. Why would it be Anna Esteveo is doing the cross-examination as opposed to Tenny Garagos? Do you have a theory about that?
Oh, absolutely. There's absolutely no way that the defense could have allowed a male to cross-examine Miss Ventura. For optics purposes.
Well, Tenny Garagos is a woman.
Yeah, well, and so I guess to the point, and I think what I heard Elizabeth say was what she was conferring, or I think it was Miss Anna who was conferring with other attorneys. But essentially, they need a woman to cross-examine Miss Ventura, and the importance of that is because, optically speaking, when you have a man who is cross-examining a woman, especially a pregnant woman who is very delicate in nature because of her pregnancy condition, it just looks bad to have a male cross-examine her. So it's not surprising that the defense would have made the decision to have this particular attorney cross-examine her. And I think for optics speaking, that was the right thing for them to do. If they had a male cross-examining Miss Ventura, it would have just looked very aggressive, as if they're pummeling down or combative with a woman who is pregnant and fragile and maybe in the eyes of the jury is a victim. So they're very careful about that.
It's interesting when we talk about her cross-examination because we have a question here, Serena, from Legs 7K. With today's cross-examination, could Cassie be on the stand tomorrow, or is there a new witness to testify? So it seems the judge said in court, hey, listen, guys, the plan was, you always knew her testimony had to end this week. Now, why that's the case, maybe it has to do with pregnancy. I'm not entirely sure, but what I will tell you is there is a lot more they need to question her about, and there's a lot more that I imagine the prosecution wants to come back at with a redirect. Why is it so important to have this testimony finished up by the end of the week? Do you think that this is realistically going to end by tomorrow, or do you think this has to extend until Monday? I mean, doesn't the defense and the prosecution have a right to question this witness as much as they need to? This is the star witness in this case.
100%. I would highly doubt that this is going to end today. Most likely it will continue tomorrow, possibly into Monday. I'm smiling because I think it's funny in a way, because even though this is P. Diddy and he's a famous guy and this is, the trial of the century at the moment, these scheduling things happen in all cases. Judges get very frustrated. Witnesses get frustrated routinely when things don't go their way, when schedules are longer than expected. The judge also wants to keep the schedule tight for the jury's purpose. I assume that the tightness, though, is because Cassie is pregnant. They don't want to overwhelm her. They don't want a medical situation. They want to make sure that she's okay. But you are correct. Both sides have an opportunity and must have an opportunity, especially Diddy's team, to confront his accuser.
And Serena, real quick follow-up on that. A part of me wonders, while they had to have her testify first, she's the star witness of the case, and also the practical reality is we can't wait 8 weeks. She might give birth. But at the same time, primacy, recency, this is going to be 8 weeks from when the jury hears her testimony and goes into deliberations. Is that a problem or a benefit for the prosecution? I spoke to a lawyer earlier today who said, first thing the jury hears, they're going to remember that versus, towards the end, when the defense has an opportunity to cross-examine the prosecution's star witness, might not work to their benefit. I understand the practical realities of having her testify first, but is that going to hurt or help the prosecution?
Well, I love that you came up with primacy and recency. Those psychological thoughts are very apparent in trials all the time. The first thing you hear and the last thing you hear are typically the things that you remember. And so there's so much strategy that happens when prosecutions present a case to a jury. So much goes into who goes first, when they say the things that they need to say, whether they're still on the stand during the weekend. Are the jurors going to be thinking about her testimony over the weekend, and how are they going to be thinking about it? Was it the last word that they heard from the defense? Was the last word that they heard from the prosecution? Strategy is so important in trial, and the order of witnesses has a lot to do with that strategy. So I think for two reasons, the fact that she's going to give birth very soon, and the fact that the prosecution wants the jury to remember her testimony, are two solid reasons why Cassie went first.
So by the way, I think she also went first, and not to self-promote, but I'll self-promote because this is what I do. I did a sidebar. It's coming out later today. I mentioned it before. We matched up Cassandra Ventura's direct examination and how it will help prove the elements of each one of the charges. So Safa, I think that when she talks about threats of violence, control, that all works to force, fraud, coercion, elements of sex trafficking, her being transported, allegedly having sexual relations with escorts in different cities, them getting paid, goes to sex trafficking. When she mentions, escorts, at least one being brought to different cities, transportation to engage in prostitution. The racketeering case is interesting. Safa, we have a question from Sharada Ramanthan. Apologies if I mispronounced that. The evidence of an entire enterprise being involved is way beyond domestic abuse, right? Yes. I'm curious, based on what you've seen in her direct examination, do you think she has provided enough of this racketeering, criminal enterprise, common purpose, racketeering conspiracy is the actual charge? Do you think she's done it?
I think she's certainly setting the framework for that. And I think to an extent she has. With regard to an enterprise, it needs to be an individual or at least one or more people acting in concert and things of that nature. Mr. Combs, in and of himself, is an individual. So her testimony that at his direction, he was doing certain things to further this sex trafficking and kidnapping or conspiracy, is enough. Now, what I expect that the prosecution is going to do is that they are going to add additional witnesses after Ms. Ventura comes off the stand that will help further the idea or their theory that there were other people that were acting in concert or this criminal enterprise, whether that be security guards or other people that may have worked for Mr. Combs during that time period, which will go to show that this was an enterprise. But I think that Cassie or Ms. Ventura has set the framework and we have a little bit from her. Maybe not enough, but I think the prosecution's on the right track with showing that this is an enterprise.
Well, she said he has staff, he has security at his beck and call. They kept contacting her, getting a hold of her. They would punish her, take things away, clean up the rooms after freak-offs. I think that's, common purpose, team. There's an argument there. And by the way, even talking about something like Scott Miscuddy, Kid Cudi, that Combs allegedly blew up his car, arson is one of the underlying predicate crimes that, may have to be proven to prove racketeering conspiracy. The drugs that she had taken, drug trafficking. So sex trafficking. I mean, we mentioned before, another one of the predicate crimes, and I believe you have to prove at least 2 predicate crimes to get to racketeering. So look, obviously an important witness. And Saf, I'll just stick with you because we have a follow-up question from Sam. By the way, how'd you get Sam as the YouTube name? Nobody, you got the first Sam. No conflict there? I don't know on YouTube if you got multiple names, but Sam, congratulations. Only Sam on YouTube. My question is if Diddy is convicted of racketeering, what happens to his assets? Safa.
I expect that the government is going to go forward with forfeiture proceedings and essentially say that he has made some of these funds.
I had my husband take a photo for me and show me my results. And literally, I was in tears. I could not believe the difference. Amber walked.
But I expect that the government is going to go after his assets.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have another question I want to throw to you, Serena. And by the way, keep the questions coming. We're going to be here probably for another hour or so. And as soon as they go back live in court, we are going to report in real time Cassandra Ventura's testimony, again being cross-examined by the defense, and we'll break it down in real time. Question for you from Olivia Carter. How does the defense even have a chance if there's clear photo and video evidence of everything Cassie described?
Well, you break down those photos and video and say, this is evidence of something, but it's not evidence of the crimes being charged. As Tenny Garagos mentioned in her opening statement, albeit maybe a little ineloquently, this is, you're going to hear evidence of domestic violence, but it's not going to amount to the federal charges of, RICO, kidnapping, etc. So there will be evidence of some bad behavior. And if you're the defense, you basically just have to embrace the bad behavior and tell the jury, listen, it's your job to listen to the judge's instructions and to follow exactly what the elements of the crimes that are charged are. And if it doesn't meet exact definitions of those elements, then you cannot convict him. And so even though the evidence is corroborative of what she's saying happened, the defense is going to argue it's simply not enough to move from just your general domestic violence, which is terrible, but is not what's being charged here, all the way to these federal crimes.
And look, the defense has to worry, despite the jury's duty, their promise to only base this decision on the facts and the evidence. When you hear what she testified to, when you watch the video, when you see the photographs, you wonder if emotion will influence the jury's decision. It's a problem. The jury system's not perfect, but it's a problem. And again, even though he's not charged with sex abuse or rape, right? He's charged with very specific, complicated crimes. I think it's complicated even for me as an attorney to explain what racketeering and sex trafficking is. You wonder, can a jury properly match the allegations to the elements? That might all come down to closing arguments at the end of the day. Okay, we've got a question from William Phillips for you, Safa. Why didn't the hotel security call the police? He claims he turned down the money.
I can't answer that. I don't think any of us are in a position to answer that other than the security guard himself. So there may have been other reasons why, and I have not been privy to what's being said in the courtroom, in real time. But I do believe that the security guard instructed them to go back to their rooms. And I think that at some point, individuals attempted to intervene, and Ms. Ventura indicated that she did not want anybody to call the police. I'm not sure if it's with respect to that specific act, but I think the security guard is the only one that's in a position to really say why he did not call the police.
And I don't know how much that's going to matter because we saw it, right? We saw it. It's not as if we cover this all the time. Well, if there really was a crime committed or you really were nervous, how come the police weren't called? We saw the video. We know what happened. And now and the defense didn't shy away from it. They said it's indefensible. But is it just domestic violence? Is it sex trafficking? And remember, the allegation was she was leaving after this freak off. I think there was one allegation in particular. You want to talk about really tying it to the charges. She testified yesterday, Serena, that Sean Combs showed her a video of freak offs on a plane. Okay, so now they're traveling. They land, so she felt trapped. She felt threatened by him. He was going to release it. He wants a freak off right after they land. He gets a freak off. I mean, that is arguably one of the most concrete ties of sex trafficking, I feel, right? You got travel, threats, freak off, escort, payment. No?
Yes, it checks all of the boxes. You have, traveling across the state lines, you have manipulation, coercion, and then you have the act itself taking place immediately after all of those things. It does. I mean, as we were talking about earlier, a lot of the way to prove this case is to show the layers and to build on the foundation. And that's going to require several witnesses. As you just mentioned, some of the information might really just be tied up in a nice little bow to explain all of it in one incident. And so there's going to be several incidents, but this one in particular, yes, you can argue to the jury, it checks the box of so many of the elements that the prosecution needs to prove in this case.
Safo, got a question from Daniela, 3984. What is happening with witness number 3? I think they mean alleged victim number 3. Anyone heard anything, right? As far as I know, they can't seem to locate this person, which, by the way, begs the question why it was so important to get Cassandra Ventura on the stand immediately. Because if you lose victim 3 or alleged victim 3 and alleged victim 1, Cassandra Ventura, gives birth and can't testify, your case dramatically hit, no? Safa, you with us? Serena, I'll throw it to you as we work with Safa. Okay, I don't know if anybody can hear me right now. Okay, we're working. Serena's with me. Serena's with
I
me.
can hear you. I can hear you. I got you. Yeah, that's part of the strategy. I got to tell you, I was a prosecutor for 10 years, and there's nothing more stressful than presenting your case because you never know what can happen with your witnesses. They can disappear. They could feel too scared. They can get cold feet. They can give birth. They could die. I mean, the burden of proof is on the prosecution no matter what. And you need those witnesses to show up. You have a judge breathing down your neck about the schedule. You have the burden of proof to prove every element of the case. Presumably, you need every one of your witnesses to show up in order to do so. And so, yeah, they're probably like, get Cassie on the stand before she gives birth. Get witness number 3 on the stand before they disappear again. It's a circus, and it requires a lot of, it takes a village basically to try a case.
Absolutely. Safa, can you hear me? Thumbs up. Yeah, we're good. Okay, good. So
Thumbs
we got
up, I think.
Okay, good. We got a question from Fabiha Faiza Abanti. To prove go, will the prosecution bring in a psychologist to prove the power imbalance? Now, if I may just jump in real quick, I believe psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes is going to testify, who testified in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. She is not allowed to discuss coercive control, okay, which can be a form of domestic abuse. She can discuss coping strategies for alleged victims, why alleged victims may stay and not leave abusive partners, which I think becomes a big factor here. I guess the question is, how important is that going to be for the case?
It's going to be really important for the case, because I think what a lot of people are going to be thinking as this case continues is that, again, why did she stay when she had an opportunity to leave? Or if she even had an opportunity to leave, why didn't she take that opportunity? And what this witness is going to do is essentially educate the jury on patterns of domestic violence and why individuals may stay. The honeymoon phase, as we call it, and then the violent phase, and then there's an altercation that takes place, and then there's another honeymoon phase, and it's not exactly those in that exact order. But this witness would essentially educate the jury on why, which would ultimately do away with any possibility that someone would say, or that the jury would say, essentially, she consented and stayed. This will go to show that her, under that domestically violent situation, continued on because she was being threatened, because of her fear of violence, and all of those sorts of things.
So again, we're taking your questions right now as we wait for live testimony to begin. Once again, there's no cameras, there's no audio. We will do our best to report to you in real time Cassandra Ventura's continued testimony under cross-examination. But Saf, I'll just hit you with another question. This is from Purple Hippies. If you believe Cassie is innocent, besides the video, I believe they mean the 2016 videotape of her appearing to be beaten by Sean Combs, what else do they have for evidence?
Well, what's happening here is there's not a determination as to whether or not Cassie is innocent in this case. Cassie has not been charged with a crime. She's simply a government witness, and she is the underlying witness or victim with respect to this. So this is not a matter of her being innocent or her being a participant to some extent. It's the United States of America versus Mr. Combs, and his guilt or innocence is what's to be determined here. So it's not her innocence, but her credibility will certainly come into question as she continues to testify through direct cross and redirect as well.
Have another question from Janae Hall. Will Diddy take the stand in his own defense, Serena?
Oh, man. 9 times out of 10, a defense attorney will tell their client not to take the stand. That being said, in a situation where you want to say things were consensual, it might be important for a jury to hear from the defendant, to hear the circumstances from their point of view. I personally think that this decision is not going to be made until the close of evidence on the prosecution's case. I think that they will always leave open the option of having Diddy testify, because you never know what could be countered with his testimony. But it is very dangerous to have the defendant testify, because it opens them up to tons of cross-examination, things that they don't want the defendant to have to answer to.
And it's very different from when he took the stand in his nightclub shooting case so many years ago. Very different circumstances here. Okay. I promised everybody we'd have updates from court, and they are back. So let me give everybody an update. The judge has asked the defense attorney, Ana Esteveo, Ms. Esteveo, has the witness, meaning Cassandra Ventura, had a chance to review the exhibits? The prosecutor responds, they are lengthy. The judge says, we'll do the best that we can. I was told this witness would be off the stand by the end of the week. We let the jury go early yesterday. The judge followed up with, if there's something that really needs to be done on cross-examination after lunch tomorrow, I may allow it. We have to leave time for redirect. This witness is being responsive. So, Safa, there is an effort by this court to make sure that Cassandra Ventura doesn't come back into court next week. Well, trials are fluid. What do you think the right thing to do is here?
Unfortunately, I think the right thing to do is to continue to allow Ms. Ventura to testify and allow the defense and the prosecution to take as much time with her as they need. And I know it's not the most comfortable thing. I know time is of the essence because she is expecting, but this is a court of law. The important part here is a fair.
Like no business we know. Wha-bam!
Lisa, you won't believe it. I have found the best puzzle game ever.
Oh?
Yeah. It's called Royal Kingdom. Just came out. No ads, hundreds of levels, and you don't even need Wi-Fi to play it. It's amazing.
Wow. It's Royal Kingdom?
Yeah.
I love this game. She doesn't know it yet. So is it fun?
Yeah, it is. And I am killing it. I've been so competitive. I'm on level 211.
That's so cute. I remember when I was on level 211 2 weeks ago. Okay, Courtney, actually, I already play Royal Kingdom.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Since when?
And guess what? I am so far above you on the leaderboard. Yeah, you can't even see me.
That cannot be true.
I'm up there. Yeah, keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. I'm way out there.
Give me that.
Hey, now. Is that what friends are supposed to do? Thank you.
Still going to catch up.
Okay. Okay.
The opportunity to rehabilitate her if necessary.
So I mentioned we have these polls going up on Law and Crime, and I hope everybody can jump in there. They're on YouTube. I mentioned before how a majority of those polled believe that Cassie is more credible than Diddy after both her direct examination and the start of the cross-examination. Well, we have another poll. Is the defense's strategy of using old text messages to challenge Cassie's allegations effective? This is a closer one. 47% say very effective, 53% say not very effective. Serena, that's interesting, right? I mean, because it's not as if, I guess, the Cassie had shied away from her alleged participation or love in the freak-offs or her love of Sean Combs, but they do provide a piece of this puzzle in a way. It's a complicated case. It seems it's more gray than black and white. But when you see that poll relatively close about the effectiveness of the text messages, what does that tell you?
I'm surprised in my practice and from what I've seen in my almost 2 decades of practicing criminal law. I think your statements, if they are inconsistent statements, they weigh very heavily on a jury's determination of credibility. You make prior inconsistent statements. I mean, it's very effective for a defense attorney to say, hey, listen, you are going to have to rely mainly on this person's testimony and credibility. You have to judge this person. You have to decide whether they're telling you the truth or not. How are you going to do that if you weren't personally there? How can you judge them? And a huge way to judge people is based on whether they've kept a consistent story, whether they're telling a jury something today that they've told other people differently in the past. And in my experience, a jury really does glom on to prior inconsistent statements and does hold that against the witness. Now, it's possible that people are just, really giving her the benefit of the doubt because she was so young and because of the circumstances of the power imbalance. And maybe that is why people are just not willing to just kind of take the text messages and say, oh, that's it. She's not credible.
Now, look, we're focusing so much time on Cassandra Ventura, not only because she's on the stand, but she is victim number one. She's the star witness in this case. And I'll talk about a little bit later whether or not she will make or break this entire case. But this is important. Safa, we got a question from Rachel Renee. Is there proof, or do we know if the FBI was investigating Diddy before Cassie filed her lawsuit? I will go out and say I haven't heard that. It seems to me it was Cassandra Ventura's lawsuit that launched everything. Would I be correct in assuming that?
I agree as well. I think that Ms. Ventura's lawsuit was the catalyst for why we're here today. And essentially her allegations in the lawsuit are echoed in this federal indictment. So I don't think that there's any evidence or proof that the FBI was investigating him prior to this. I do think that the basis of the launch of the investigation was as a result of Ms. Ventura's lawsuit.
And by the way, what she's testified to in the last 2 days with her complaint, the lawsuit that she filed against Sean Combs. So that hasn't changed. We got a question here from McAllister. What do you guys think is the prosecution's strongest charge? I'll ask both of you. I'll start with you, Serena. For me, let me start. It was to everybody, I guess. So I'll tell you me. I think transportation to engage in prostitution. I think that is a very difficult charge for them to defend. If you're talking about transporting alleged victims and sex workers for the purposes of transportation, I mean, for the purposes of prostitution, if you're talking about payment and you're talking about Cassandra Ventura being flown to different places, the argument during the opening statement was Combs paid these people for their time and experience. What? I think he's going to easily be convicted of that charge. That's my point. Serena, what do you think? Which charge do you think is the strongest?
You stole my thunder, Jesse.
Sorry.
That's exactly the charge that's exactly the charge I was going to say, because there's not too many, it's not convoluted. It's a pretty straightforward charge, and the evidence is pretty straightforward to prove that charge. And you don't have to, really judge somebody's credibility on that charge versus, consent versus not consent, domestic violence versus kidnapping. This charge seems to be pretty easily made out. So that's the easiest charge in my opinion as well.
Safa, before I go to you on that, I just want to give everybody an update from court. So Cassandra Ventura has entered court once again. Again, we're giving real-time updates about what's happening. She has entered the courtroom. The jury has entered. The cross-examination appears like it has continued or is about to continue. Sean Combs' attorney, Anna Esteveo, says, let's turn to GX 411. Prosecutor Emily Johnson says it's not in evidence yet. Esteveo says, so B414, page 3 and 4, you wrote, I love our FOs, meaning freak-offs, when we both want it. You felt that? Ventura responds, loving FOs were just words at that point. Esteveo says, Mr. Combs wrote to you, I want to freak out right now, and you wrote that you wanted it too. LOL, me too. Ventura responds in court, I texted more than that. Esteveo says, but you did text that to him. Mr. Combs wrote to you, Jules is available if you're into it. So, Safa, let's just, I mean, if you want to talk about the most strongest one, but just a reaction to that, because it goes to this idea she was a willing participant. But, someone would look at that and say, someone can agree to sexual intercourse 99% of the time, but that one time they say no and they are sexually assaulted, that is sexual assault. I mean, what is your take on how important this idea of her, these messages and her being a willing participant is?
I'm sorry, Jesse. I'm having some technical.
Yeah. I'll tell you what.
So
Serena, did you hear? That's okay. Safa, stand by. We're going to work on your tech. Serena, did you hear my question?
No, I did not hear your question. Can you say it again?
Okay. All right. Here we go. So
we had a little tech issue here too.
Okay. All right. It's all good. So basically, I was reading from the transcript of court, and more of Cassandra Ventura's text messages are being read, which would seem to suggest she wanted to participate or was willing to participate in the freak-offs. And if that's the case, again, you could have somebody who 99% of the time will agree to sexual intercourse. The one time they say no and it's imposed against them and they're sexually assaulted, that's sexual assault. That's it. The defense is focusing a lot on her being a willing participant, either as a form to, strike at her credibility or to say, she was a part of this. How effective is this?
It could be effective, right? These text messages definitely show kind of this eagerness to participate, the desire to be in his circle, the desire to be loved by him. And so, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, those text messages I found were to be pretty damning, and to show that she wanted to be in that situation. They do have evidence of that. Now, again, I go back to this video. The video is just so helpful to show that at some point she changed her mind. If she did, in fact, originally want to be a part of the freakouts, at some point later on down the road, she did not. And exactly what you said is true. If you agree to have consensual sex 99 times and then the 100th time you say no, it is rape. If you
Right.
are, so I do agree. The text messages are damning, but then again, she could have wisened up. She was a young girl. She could have taken a look around and realized, like, hey, this is really uncomfortable for me. This is not something I want to be a part of. And I'm putting my foot down now. And the second she put her foot down, that's when it becomes non-consensual.
Serena, we have a super chat question. Thank you so much for your support. Captain and Hard, this is a question. Do you think the defense will show abuse from Cassie to Diddy? I've seen interviews from old bodyguards that sometimes she would start fights. It's an interesting question because although a very different case, it was a civil case. Why did Johnny Depp arguably win his case against Amber Heard? Because they were able to show that she seemingly abused him, right? And so I think that that's an important question. What's your take on it, Serena?
You know, I think you have to be delicate with this line of questioning if they were to go down that road. The Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, obviously, as you know, those were different. You know, the elements that needed to be proven were different. Here, I don't know that if she started fights with him, that necessarily contradicts the case. It doesn't necessarily mean that she wasn't trafficked or that he didn't operate a RICO. That just because she started fights, it meant that she had total control, both physical and mental, over her situation, such that she could have escaped at any time without any repercussions. I just don't see it. You know, even just the physicality, she's obviously smaller than he is. The power position is there. I think you could go there to try to say, oh, you're not such a great person either, but then you might, you know, alienate the jury by saying that. A jury might take a step back and be like, you know what, that's a little too far for me. She obviously was in the inferior position here. So I don't think it would be too successful.
We have an update from court. Sean Combs' lawyer, Anna Esteveo, asks Cassandra Ventura, you could have said yes or no, and you said love you. Ventura responds, there was no yes or no. Esteveo says, bring up B420 on page 2. Mr. Combs wrote, do I have your permission to set up freaky fun? You wrote ovulation. And then Ventura says yes. Again, going to this idea. This is going to be a very big theme about consent because consent is arguably a defense to what we're talking about here. We have a question from Kempkin Lil Kemp Love. Serena, is Diddy credible considering he denied hitting women and advocated being against domestic violence? Good question.
It's an excellent question. And again, that goes back to kind of your ability or the prosecution's ability to show inconsistencies, right? Because inconsistencies not only shed doubt in a person's credibility for the instant matter, but it also sheds doubt as to whether they are a credible person in general, whether they should be believed in general. And so if he is somebody who has successfully lied in the past, right, he's convinced the world that he's against domestic violence and against battering women, and he's been so public.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior paints.
On down the road for the jury to look at, because now they could say, look, this guy is a professional liar. He's been able to convince people in the past about a certain position that he's taken. And yet here we are with uncontrovertible proof in the video that he absolutely has battered at least one woman at least one time in his life. And so I do think that using that against him is powerful.
Court update. This is from Esteveo. Again, Anna Esteveo representing Sean Combs. Questioning Cassandra Ventura. Here, what do you say? Ventura says, I asked which hotel. I must have called him in between. I don't want to assume anything. Esteveo asks, he said Montag. You said you could also go to Pleasure Chest. What would you get there? And Ventura says sexual supplies. You know, it was an interesting conversation. One of the questions we had earlier on in the week was, Serena, could she be charged, you know, as an accomplice to this? Now, no, right? I mean, unless she was a part of allegedly abusing other people, you can't be an accomplice to your own abuse or alleged abuse. Then it's not really abuse.
Right. In a weird way, one could maybe take some mental gymnastics and say, well, she can't be a participant in her own abuse, but perhaps she was, you know, part of this RICO conspiracy and, you know, campaign to harm other people.
Or transportation to engage in prostitution. That could be another one, I guess.
Exactly. But at this point, it's clear that the prosecution has drawn the line, has made their decision. She's not, you know, they're considering her a victim. They are not considering her a participant. And frankly, if they've put her on the stand to testify about all of these things, then they've essentially given her immunity. So she will not be prosecuted for these crimes unless she would have waived immunity, which I am sure she did not.
Serena, we have a super chat question. Thank you so much from Zen Pi. If sex tapes exist, how can prosecutors prove they weren't staged, edited, or illegally obtained?
That's a good question. Sometimes prosecutors don't go the length and get a whole expert about how this is not AI, this is not tainted, this is not manipulated. But in today's day and age, it's true. I think people may have some questions about possible manipulation of tapes. And so what needs to happen is that tape needs to be authenticated, or that video needs to be authenticated by somebody, either the person who took the video, which if it's Diddy, you may never get him on the stand, or somebody who appeared in the video. So if Cassie, for example, is in the video, then she is a proper foundation witness to authenticate that video. What she would need to be able to tell a jury is, I watched this video, I saw it the way that it's being presented to you, and I can authenticate that it is an accurate video, and that it has not been manipulated, that this is what's called a fair and accurate depiction of exactly what happened. And so that's how the prosecution gets around those questions.
So another update from court. Ms. Esteveo, this is Sean Combs' lawyer, asks, what supplies? Ventura responds, lubricants, outfits. Esteveo says, he says, have fun, impress me. You say, okay. He says, can we kiss a lot? What do you say? Ventura says yes. So this is, again, talking about the conversation that she had with Sean Combs. Esteveo says, you wrote, I left the iPad. Ventura says, I don't know whose iPad this meant. Okay, back here with Safa. Safa's back with us as well. So Safa, I was going to ask this. This is a question from Jesse Weber from Law and Crime. If the jury doesn't believe Cassandra Ventura, if they find her to be a weak witness, does that affect the rest of the prosecution's case? Because we expect Jane is going to testify. We expect Mia is going to testify. These other alleged victims. I don't know about alleged victim number 3. If they don't believe the star witness, does that catapult the entire prosecution case?
It's not going to catapult the entire prosecution case, but it's certainly going to do damage to the prosecution's case in chief. She is the star witness. She's the primary witness here. She is victim 1, and the prosecution is leading off with her because she is their strongest witness. So if the jurors find her uncredible, then that could present issues later. But we also have victim 2 and we also have victim 3. So victim 2 and victim 3 will also have the ability to get on the stand, testify, tell their stories, and the jury, although they may not find Ms. Ventura credible, they could find victim 2 and or victim 3 credible, which would save the prosecution's case.
Then again, the jury might look at the prosecution a little skeptically if they're like, this is who you bring on and we don't necessarily believe. Now, I'm not saying that one way or another, because for the past 2 days, Cassandra Ventura has delivered quite compelling and graphic and disturbing testimony that raises the question, how on earth can someone actually consent to the things that she said she endured? And I'm not going to get into more detail about it. If you want to read it, you can check it out. I have a poll that came up, on YouTube, Law and Crime. Do you think Cassie's settlement suggests she was financially motivated? 34% say yes, 66% say no. Serena, what do you think about that? And what do you think about the settlement?
Well, I think that settlements are always fair game when it comes to cross-examination and determining somebody's credibility. However, in this case, the settlement already happened. Normally, in a situation where the settlement hasn't happened yet, somebody might be motivated to put forth criminal charges against somebody else in order to get that settlement down the road, right? Because the burden of proof in a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's higher than in a civil case. And so, for example, if you go against somebody criminally and win, then you could essentially take that verdict and go right to civil court and say, look, I already have proof that this happened to me. The burden of proof in a criminal case is much higher than in a civil case. And so therefore, this person is guilty in the civil case as well. Now pay me. However, she's already gotten that favorable outcome. She's already gotten the settlement. So what is her incentive to now continue on, 8 months pregnant, going through all of this on the stand when she's already been paid out? So I think it actually helps her that the settlement already happened. And maybe somebody might on that jury infer from that settlement that he was guilty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid out.
Yeah, there's times when we have cooperating witnesses who are in the middle of litigation and they're questioned, well, you would definitely benefit from a guilty verdict here, wouldn't you? Well, different situation here. Okay, we got a super chat question from Ashley Glass. Ashley, thank you so much. Safa, how can she be seen as willing participating when she was allegedly blackmailed with videos and photos?
Well, that's going to be a question for the jury to decide. But the defense, what they're going to do and what they've been doing is highlighting the conversations via text message that show her initiation of certain freak offs or her initiation, maybe buying certain supplies or products and things like that. So that's what the defense is going to hang on to here with respect to that. And I expect that the prosecution is going to put on further evidence that would show, or that the jury could consider as blackmail, that would essentially go to a finding of guilt with respect to the charges, particularly the RICO and things of that nature. But the defense is really honing in on those text messages to show, yes, she was a participant. Yes, it was willingly because of the nature of the text messages, what she was saying to him, how she was initiating and things like that.
Okay, we have more super chat questions coming in. Salis, thank you so much. Question for you, Serena. How does Cassie's long-term silence affect the strength of her claims now?
Another great question. And it's something that prosecutors deal with routinely with sex crimes victims, domestic violence victims. There is oftentimes a delayed outcry. Delayed outcry essentially just means time to tell somebody what happened, to come out and say what exactly went down. It is not at all uncommon for a domestic violence victim to not say something right away. Now, I don't know if that's something that's common knowledge to a jury. And so I think it would benefit the prosecution to bring an expert on to explain that, to say, in cases such as this, it is very, very common for people not to come out. And specifically in cases where the abuser is so powerful and has so much power over a person, money, manipulation ability over a person, even physical abuse over that person as a threat. So it's not uncommon for that delay, but I am sure the defense will try to use that in their favor.
We have another super chat question from Sarah F. Sarah, thank you so much. This is a great question, one we've been talking about a lot, but Safa, I'll throw it to you. Why are there no cameras allowed in the courtroom? And this is a federal case. Why are there no cameras allowed in the courtroom, Safa?
Unfortunately, the law says that cameras are not allowed in federal court. So there we have it. Although we would love to be able to see this in real time in the moment, sort of like we did in the Young Thug trial, that's just not the case here. Cameras are not allowed in a federal court.
So we have more updates from the live testimony of Cassandra Ventura because there are no cameras. We're reporting it in real time from what we're getting. Sean Combs' attorney, Miss Anna Esteveo, asks Cassandra Ventura, Mr. Combs wrote, "I'd be there right after my session. This was in June 2017. Do you remember arguments you were having at that time?" Ventura responds, not specifically. Esteveo says, "Here you say the game starts at 10 p.m., no breaking character to 8 a.m. There's a follow-up. Ventura says, "This was a game a friend of mine told me, a way to rekindle your romance." Esteveo says, "By doing something different in the bedroom." Ventura says, "It's a whole getting into character thing." Esteveo says, Mr. Combs says, "Let's get some outfits and go to the sex club." So Safa, again, goes to this idea of her being a willing participant in all of this, that she wasn't coerced. I mean, because it does become a question that it's very possible that while she agreed to it in the beginning, she could have been hiding her true feelings, or she wasn't able to fully express how she was feeling or didn't know how to. But that's a question, right? Because it becomes a question, how much does Sean Combs have to know how she was feeling about these sexual episodes and her participation with escorts? There's evidence that she made it clear, and there's evidence that he was physically violent, but how much does he have to actually know she didn't want this? So, Safa, I'll throw it to you.
I always say at the end of the day, unless the person is saying, yes, I want to do this, yes, I want to participate in this, then the answer is no. If they are silent as to whether or not they want to participate, the answer is no. That is not consent. If the person says, no, I don't want to do this, that is not consent. And at any point in time, and people don't often realize this, is although there may have been a sexual relationship between the two, preliminarily or at the beginning for a certain amount of time, a person can withdraw their consent. They can change their mind, and they have the right to change their mind. So that's definitely going to be something here that the jury is going to want to pay attention to. And I do think that there was a point in time where Miss Ventura was a participant of this because of her age, because of influence, and she may have had motives with respect to her career to participate in this. However, later down the line, as things became violent, she was no longer a willing participant. And that's what the prosecution is going to come behind the defense and say during their rebuttal and rehabilitation of Ms. Ventura.
Look, this is a complicated case. It's a complicated case. This is going to be a very interesting cross-examination to follow. We have been following it. But listen, we got to wrap things up. Serena Townsend, Safa Robinson-Ferrer, thank you so much for taking the time to come on, break down what is happening in court, answering our terrific questions from our viewers. Thank you both so much. And real quick, everybody, I also want to let everybody know we're going to continue to do these lunchtime shows for you. We're going to continue to break down this testimony in real time. And one of the reasons we can do this and take your great questions and bring this content to you is because we get amazing support from our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm. Give you an idea about who we're talking about here. Morgan & Morgan, they secured a $6 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, $13 million for a wrongful auto death in Georgia, and another $6 million for a trucking accident in New York. And mind you, this was all after insurance offered their clients significantly less in each of these cases. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Because Morgan & Morgan, I'll tell you what, they make it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. Everything from signing documents, uploading documents, talking to your legal team can all be done from your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen. Everyone, thank you so much with us. Thanks so much.
What? They left? Okay. We got a lot going on, y'all. A lot. So, Perry, if you were a juror, what are you thinking at this point? We don't know what they're thinking. What is the positive way of thinking, and what is the negative way that they could be thinking?
I think the jury, well, I mean, hell, we all watching it. People in the chat at this point, following this thing a little bit, can form some kind of opinion. I would feel like, look, Diddy is this sexual monster, very controlling and abusive. But however, at the same token, she kept going back to this sexual monster, abuser, and at times would come across as if she enjoyed it. I mean, you know, enjoyed certain parts of it, not all of it. That's what I mean. And if I was a juror, what did this have to do with these damn charges? It was a bad relationship you was in. And not to condone abusive relationships, is one on every block. But what did that have to do with the case? So I would have to measure it out. Yeah, I see his character. The things we could have heard, damn, really happened. He is this freak, this monster, right? But these monsters succeed off people, women, and well, people who come in with an agenda to either be with a famous person, to be around a famous person, to gain something, whether it's love, marriage, a baby. Their agenda could be to gain something else. So they put themselves in these predicaments to be used. And that's what Diddy's doing, using her for a sex slave. He'll bounce out and go and see Kim. Then he'll bounce out and go and see Gina.
But let me tell you my concern. The defense is saying this was a swinger's lifestyle. This is what swingers do. These text messages could possibly vouch for that. And you're right. This is not a DV case. So they're not asked to tell us to decide if this was a DV case or not. They're asked, is Cassie living the swinger lifestyle? Was this consensual? That's what they're being asked to judge. So I'm concerned. I'm very concerned.
Right. And then you get
Very
people saying,
concerned.
well, hey, that's what swingers do. But a swinger can say, no, yes, I understand. Robbers rob. And I also understand a robber, just because you a career robber, you can be robbed too. So I understand no means no. But when we sitting here in court, just trying to figure out, damn, did this man hold her hostage for all these years and make her do it? He could have treated her roughly and abused her with the DV stuff when she showed up to the freak offs. But it don't mean he drug her to the freak offs. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the better way to say it? That she sort of participated in it too. That's as much as I can, and that's how people will say it. Because first you come in, he took this poor young innocent girl. They don't say this poor young swinger.
I'm pro Cassie. I will always be pro Cassie. I think that any man who puts their hands on a woman the way that he did, the things that the freak offs are here. We got another one. Lawyer says, Mr. Combs wrote to you, let's do something different in New York City this weekend. FYI, Dave hit me. What does hit mean? Cassie says, reached out. Attorney, and Daniel contacted you? Did this mean you might have a freak off? Cassie, might.
Okay. Yeah, Bella. I mean, Stockholm syndrome. I think I understand this, but you know, I think Bria might maybe help me out with this. Perry is talking from a legal perspective. A lot of us are pro Cassie. I'm pro Cassie. But it's then the burden of proof that matters. We can say no, scream from the top of your lip. No means no. Sometime in court, you got to prove that you told this man no, and he still did it. People come back and say, oh, well, Perry, you know, she can change her mind. Yes, no means no. I get it. And maybe they'll present this proof later. I don't know. But right now, I don't think they have. And people say swingers don't hire escorts. Well, maybe. Maybe not the normal swingers. Right? Maybe not the normal one. I don't know. I never was a swinger. So I wouldn't know.
Still think they need to bring an expert on to talk about the cycle of abuse. But you also said something that made sense. This is a character witness.
Right.
But if they can get you to think she's untrustworthy or a liar, that's all they need you to do. And all they need is one person to have doubt. Just one. But I still have faith in the prosecution and their 98% conviction rate. Here we go again. Attorney says, he tells you, you better put me on VIP, vibrate alarm or something. He's frustrated. You don't answer his text fast enough. Cassie says, right. You tell him to come to New York City, understanding there would be a freak out. Ventura, maybe. What the reason why that is bad? No. I'll read it again. Lawyer, he tells you you better put me on VIP, vibrate alarm, or something. He's frustrated. You don't answer his text fast enough. Ventura answers right. You tell him to come to New York City, understanding there could be a freak out. Ventura, maybe. I'm just going to start reading you guys' thoughts because this, I need to shut up. This defense is not going to show.
With her being on the stand shows me they had a destructive relationship. A lot of times abusive. With a whole bunch of sexual fetishes going on. Sometimes you're down for it, sometimes you ain't. Or you only doing it to please somebody, but you to please somebody. If I brought you a bag of groceries,
we got another one. We got
I
another
did it
one.
by choice. Go ahead.
It says, lawyer, you also saw the Book of Mormon. Cassie laughs. Yes. Lawyer, masked, pleasure. If that, she meant, is that a sex club? Ventura, I would assume. Lawyer, he asked, are you ready for tonight? What do you say? She said, yes. I just have to get some things. That's it. Go ahead, Perry. Do you remember what you were saying?
And I get it. No means no. And then, yeah, I'm down for it. Sometimes mean yes, I'm down for the fun tonight too. People understand this. And I know Cassie's not on trial. We'll say that no means no. Diddy's on trial. And I don't see where these things gonna help. Well, besides make the jury just know what kind of freak and monster Diddy is. We ain't got the financial statements on which to help build this RICO case. We just talking about their dysfunctional relationship.
Perry, can I go get some tea? Will you keep your eye on it? I didn't get up for a break. I need some tea.
Yeah. I mean, basically, we just talking about this dysfunctional relationship. So, and I understand people, Perry, you don't understand Stockholm Syndrome. I do. And I sort of understand a crazy, controlling sex freak. I'm not one, but I'm just saying, like, understand that's the things they do. Pimps pimp. You know what I'm saying? Pimps pimp. So they say case is built. Okay, well, I really don't know. I'm just trying to tell you, like, do you guys think so far? I'm pro Cassie too. I don't think no man should treat no woman like that, whether she volunteer to be at the freak offs or not. You don't put a hand on a woman like that. So what do you guys think? I mean, that just because they had this dysfunctional relationship, he should be charged with this RICO? Is that what you guys
think? I think we're early in the case. I also think today was a bad day. And I think every day is a new day. That's what I think. Did you want me to put a poll? What were you asking?
Yeah, please.
What's your,
but
hold on.
Just say, look, maybe put up a poll and asking her testimonial about that dysfunctional relationship and his abusive ways. Does that create this RICO charge that everybody want to put out there? The RICO in the relationship. Hold on.
Does Cassie's evidence prove RICO?
Yeah.
Okay, are you watching?
Oh yeah, I'm about to look again. The RICO and the relationship are two somewhat separate issues. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So unless she gonna start dropping dimes on his financial statements and his drug pickup and all these other criminal activities, maybe. But it seems like we can't leave the bedroom. I mean, they might take a step out to eat for a second. They back in there humping. And oftentimes I ain't heard no enough. No means no. I heard, okay, yeah, I could stop by the play doll house and pick up some uniforms or whatever the shit was, but and I'm not saying he treated her right, people, so let's not twist it. But
Okay, I gotta go get my tea. I'll be back, okay?
at times she ain't never showed up and just act like she was totally against going to the freak off. You know, that's what I'm thinking. But it be what it be. Okay. When a naive woman of 18 years old meet a predator, he grooms her to have deviant sex. He gives her what she mistakes for love. She thinks she has to do these things to keep getting the love. Yes, I would agree with that. It's just like when a young lady down on their luck thinking they need a pimp to try to make a living, find a pimp, and he started pimping them, they think they need to go out there and make his money. I understand that. He could have groomed her and did all these things. But saying that, okay, like a naive woman, and you could say a sick ass man does these things. So I'm not doubting this, not what happens.
Did you read the super chat, babe?
Yeah, I did. I'm sitting there talking about it.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, because they pretty much explained to me this what these predators do. I understand that. They prey on people. Con artists prey on people who waiting to be used. Pimps go out there and find girls that are down on their luck.
So what's your point? What are you trying to say? I missed it.
Okay, look, I'm basically saying this, that I understand the process of people getting used, groomed and used. But it happens all over, and not to justify like that, but that can't be everybody's out. Cassie went with him. She could have been young, but she wasn't always 18. And she didn't have to be 28, 10 years later to say, hey, this shit was wrong. She was sort of dumb and naive and down with the fun for a while. And I would say that it seemed like she was naive and down with the fun for a while. So we ain't gonna use this Stockholm syndrome to just say that's why she stayed with him.
I mean, it could be, Perry. It could be. But
they mistake his money as love. Yeah. I mean, look.
Yeah.
I'm saying this. She had a man 10 years older than her.
Oh
right?
my God.
Cheated. Did she have Stockholm syndrome when she was with the first young producer?
You agree that she is at least a DV victim? How can we get that out of you?
No, I'm saying that's true, and I can see how she was groomed. But I'm saying
No,
at the end of the
we got to update. We got to update. Ventura says this is not about what I felt, right? Because you are skipping over a lot here. Attorney says, what did you write? Ventura says, as much as you think you're Bruce Willis, you're not. Your kids were babies when we started dating. That we need some more verbiage to follow that. What was I saying? I was saying that
we basically talking about Cassie, and you were saying, yeah, it could have been Stockholm syndrome and all that stuff or whatever. I'm saying I get that, and I understand she was abused. He did DV her, right?
Mm-hmm.
All this stuff is true. But what I'm trying to say is that she sort of put herself, and ignorance can't always be an excuse. And I think when we say a naive person did this, and it's like, oh, well, no harm, no foul, because he was just naive or just ignorant. I'm
Let
trying
me
to
tell
say,
you.
take some kind of accountability for it.
Let me tell you what my fear is. My
Mhm.
fear is it just takes a little mustard seed of doubt to put doubt in a juror's mind. And if they do this, if they are successful in doing this, you can't reverse the damage. It's like, I don't see them bringing in a professional on explaining DV because she's a character witness. So, and that's all they need is just one person to be doubtful. And today, if they were going to be doubtful, today would be the day. So, but every day is a new day in court, and you might think you're winning today, and you might lose tomorrow. So every day is a new day, and yeah, I don't know where they're gonna go from here. And if they, we still don't know if the judge is going to allow them to question her tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
If that cannot happen, because if that happens and you leave the defense with the last word and you leave it over the weekend for all the media to chew up and spit out, it's just not good. We want the prosecution to have the last word. So they do get to redirect. So we'll see what happens. So right now we're only talking about what we see on the screen because we don't know what's going to happen as a whole. But I am willing to admit this is not a good look today. It's not.
Sherry says this, Perry and Sherelle, I do not see RICO charges, but I do see someone that has been controlled. I do too. Groomed. I do too. And she later became complicit and a willing participant. That's what I see too.
Yeah.
But because if you got married 21, young and naive, and you stayed married for 10 years or whatnot, right? Or date. Was you still just young and naive 10 years later at 31? Like, people, what I'm saying is, even just because you dumb and naive, you can say, I put myself in that situation because I was naive. I put myself in this bad situation because of my ignorance. Take that accountability. He just didn't climb through a back window and kidnap her and put her in that situation, is what I'm trying to say.
Take questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back.
I'll keep my eyes on the screen because this is just not a good day. Not a good day.
And Smart Cookie, I get it. 10 years later, you are beaten. You are beat down and weak. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
If you had some friends introduce you to crack and you get hooked on it.
What?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
What does crack have to do with this, sir?
The 10 years later, you can't get off of it because you beaten down and cracked out. But you still got to go back to the initial beginning of your ignorance and naiveness to get yourself into it. I don't have a problem. I don't believe in DV. I don't believe that people should be getting groomed, treated like shit. I just don't. But we talking about this trial and just saying, hey, yeah, I can admit Diddy did these things, but y'all can't find an ounce of it to say she put up with that shit. You can call it Stockholm or not, for some other agenda. Whether she wanted to be a man of his stature or mogul, she wanted to use it for a stepping stone to move up in her career. You guys won't give me that.
No. I ain't giving you shit. No, we got to figure this out, y'all. We need to help Cassie. What's going on here? No. Mm-mm-mm. All I can go back on is there's no, here we go. We got to update. Esteveo says, if you saw him on social media on vacation with, it was heartbreaking. They actually cut out with blank. It was heartbreaking. Ventura, it could be. I was 7 years in. Escovedo. And what about this? About Gina. You wrote, I don't want to be a side piece, but I'll treat you as a king. Oh no.
Bonji says this. Perry say, I am against DV. Otherwise, they will cry that statements of you being for DV out of context. No, I said that. I said, I'm not down for anybody being mistreated. People, you act like I'm just this male that don't have a wife, which happened to be a female. A daughter-in-law, which I love, that's a female. 5 sisters, that's females. I had a mother. And I don't play that shit. I commit my father for DV shit. And I have stated that. I'm not down for that.
Yeah, we're just talking about the case.
Yeah,
just talking about the case
about
and
the
how
case.
it's looking today.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, but you'll say, oh, well, you get to believe all this and do all this. I'm just saying what they presenting in court. I don't know Cassie personally or Diddy. And I probably think neither one of us do.
Here we go. Esteveo, you want to be the main girlfriend, Ventura, in 2013, yes. Esteveo, you saw social media posts of Mr. Combs with other girlfriends and got angry, right? Ventura, can I speak? I was jealous of certain situations. This is my fear of where this questioning is leading to. They are saying that she was really awful to Kim Porter, really mean to Gina. If that comes up, it's not a good look. So let's just pray that that's not coming up. Let's just pray. I mean, she still is a victim, y'all. We got to remember that she's a victim. And that man put his hands on her whenever he felt like it. And she had to go to the freak offs. Okay, maybe some of them she liked, but you're not loving him when you got damn sores in your mouth and you got painful urinary tract infection. So, it's a lot of ways you can make this look, and this is their job to make it look bad. But let's go back to the basics. And his ass wasn't doing that many freak offs. When you're watching, you are preserving your energy and your body. So I'm gonna need on redirect y'all to bring that out. On redirect, y'all need to bring it up back to, okay, yeah, it's just like when you're being touched and you don't want to, your body's going to have a reaction. Mm-hmm. Does that mean you like being touched? No.
Right.
So I'm going to need redirect to step it up because they are really dismantling everything that she said yesterday. But nothing can take away them sores out her mouth. Nothing can take away her chronic urinary tract infections to the point where antibiotics stop working. You build up a defense against antibiotics. Then you got to go to this antibiotic. And then if you go after 10, 11 years, you could just run out of damn antibiotics.
Yeah.
You can. So, y'all need to leave Cassie alone. They are making smart moves. They had another female ask the questions, and they're trying to get to Friday. Come on, let's be real. We know what y'all doing. We didn't know what y'all was doing yesterday, but we know what y'all doing today. And you're trying to have the last word before the weekend. And I'm gonna need Comey to step up. Come on, girls, y'all can do it. They being too damn slick. Here we go. We got another one. Estevao. Did there come a time he suspected you were in a relationship with someone in the industry? Mr. Miss Cuddy, that's Kid Cuddy. She said yes. Mr. Combs thought it would be good for your career if you collaborated with Mr. Cuddy. I mean, Mr. Muscuddy. Yes. Child, I'm going to call him Kid Cuddy because Muscuddy is a mouthful. Isn't Kid Cuddy black?
Shit, I don't know either.
This is like an Arab last name.
Ain't into rap like that. Yeah, but let me read this super chat. It says DV is wrong, but I agree without Perry. I agree with Perry. A little accountability from Cassie would go a long way. That's all I'm trying to tell you, people. Because let's be fair here. If we can throw 1,000 items why Diddy is wrong, and I would agree with him. But you can't tell me that, yes, you could be naive and ignorant and make bad choices, but nothing changed the fact that you made the choice at first. It don't mean you should be treated non-human, abused, a number of that stuff, but let's take some kind of accountability. I mean, you ain't crying out that she left that young producer to be with Diddy. That's off base anyway.
I want to take a little accountability too, is that we can't minimize what Cassie went through.
No, I agree. Look, I'm telling you, I don't agree with that.
Right.
When you deal with a pimp, sad thing about it, you get pimp activities. When you deal with a sick sex monster like Diddy, you get those kind of activities. That's it.
This is a crazy day. I said I was prepared. I lied when I came on today, y'all, and I was like, okay, they're gonna twist it. You know, we just gotta sit through it. I didn't think it was this bad, and I keep getting text messages. Girl, the tape ain't shown yet. What tape? I hope there is no tape or video. I say tape. I hope there's no video. It's just
somebody said he black, honey.
Kid Cudi.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the last name.
Is the last name real or something? He,
Muscuddy. I just never heard of black people call a black person having the last name Muscuddy. If anything, it reminds me of like Arabic or Italian. Muscuddy. It's weird.
Then somebody says black and Mexican. So I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay, here we go. Escovedo says, why did you begin your relationship with Mr. Muscuddy? Ventura says, we enjoyed each other's company. Lawyer says, you were in a relationship with Mr. Combs. Ventura said, we were on a break. Lawyer says, but you were still doing freak offs with him. Ventura said, yes. Okay, this we missed a super chat. That's not looking good. Hey, Ranu.
What's up, Ranu?
Ranu says, he is also being charged for kidnapping. The video proves that. Oh, no. The RICO charge is him flying escorts across the country and paying them for sex. Perry, even if she said yes to 1 million times freak off, he still beat her. He did.
Right. Okay. I don't doubt that. I mean, if there was a case on him beating him, I would say go ahead and lock him up. Is he charged for that? Now, these other allegations, you saying the RICO, the kidnapping thing, still haven't been proven. I mean, because sometimes, technically, by the book, you can say, yeah, they can technically get them for that if you held somebody, without their will. But you get to prove it. You still get to prove it. Because a lot of times she went back. You know what I'm saying? So, and the RICO charges of him flying escorts, hell, if they ain't underage, you get to prove that he flew them out, or did they fly out by
You have to prove that he forced them. If it's forced, then it's trafficking. If it's not forced, then it's not trafficking. And that's why I was saying yesterday, they weren't saying they were forced. And their motivation was handsomely paid. $15,000 a day to me, is a lot of money.
And I'm openly willing to change my mind if they prove something in court to show me something different. That's all I'm saying. But right now, I'm just keeping it real. This is how I feel.
We still have redirect. We still have, hopefully, the last word. That's why they're fighting over this last word thing. On redirect, they can explain again how the cycle of DV works. The things that he put her through. Today seems all lovey-dovey and she wanted to do it in the beginning. But you can change your damn mind. And I'm sure when you have sores in your mouth and painful urinary tract infections, you're not enjoying shit. So I'm going to need the girls to come through tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a lot of possible things. Yeah, I mean, they could try to get it. If they prove it, they prove it. But I'm saying it's still a thing that you have to prove that he trafficked them according to the law. Because last time I checked, if you're a grown person and you want to fly to Utah, and when you got there, do your thing, that was on you. And I'm sure, and since that's the case, since they was paid, they probably can get the people who did it for tax evasion, because I doubt if they paid tax on their income. So we can go down the road with all these things. Huh? Go ahead.
Attorney says, after Mr. Combs found out by going through your phone, you want to see him, you knew he was upset. He previously attacked you. Ventura says, yes. I thought I'd be safer with other people there. That's it. That's all they said.
So Callie says this. I don't think you can groom an adult, but I do believe that she made a very bad decision to stay there because she felt she was in love. Yeah.
Exactly, Callie. She thought she was in love. That's the cycle of abuse. That's why they don't leave that man. That man could beat them in the tiny pieces, and until they realize this ain't good for you, that's why she kept coming back. So that's why she's texting these things, because she's thinking, she's in love and her man want to do it. So I'm going to, and some of them might have been fun. And those are the text messages they're talking about. But it wasn't always fun. I hope this works.
Yeah, no, I mean, the trial is there. Like I said, I'm always open to change my opinion when you show me something that's factual. But I'm saying, so far, I haven't seen the RICO charge yet.
Well, you're not supposed to see it on the fourth damn day. Ranu ain't playing with you. He said sex trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, obtaining, patronizing, and soliciting of a person for the purpose of commercial sex act, in which a commercial sex act is induced by force. Yes, force. That word is so important. That word is so important. And that's what we're here about. We're here for X trafficking. I mean, I think it's bad that the way he treated her, but they're not on trial for that. So let's not, here we go. Oh, the judge says, let's take a break.
Yeah.
We are on another break, people.
I'm gonna need a break. I knew right now. Look, so sex trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, attaining, patronizing, soliciting of a person for the purpose of commercial sex act. Okay. What if all these things that I just read off applies to Cassie? If Cassie called them, if Cassie set them things up, if Cassie paid them, no, remember how when the escorts came in?
I know.
That she ordered it, right? What if Diddy kept his hands off that? These things, Ranu. Now you got to prove that Diddy, she was definitely working for Diddy. I mean, all this stuff, things you saying has to be proved.
I agree with BJ. Cassie was both a victim and a participant, and two things can be true at the same time.
Right.
So thank you,
Yeah.
BJ.
At the end of the day, a pimp can truly be pimped himself.
I can't, and I won't. I will not. But they're jamming her up. But we have redirect, and we're gonna kill it on redirect. And it's just, this is crazy. And this is day 4. Let's slow down, everybody. This is day 4. And everybody, them lawyers are duking it out in the back behind the scenes because they want Friday. They want to be the last word on Friday. That's all they're doing. And the defense is doing this shit on purpose. This was all a plan. All of their, I've got new evidence to get Friday. We ain't stupid. We know what y'all was doing. They think we stupid. Beatrice says, Sherelle, get a grip, sweetie. She's not up there for abuse. I know. And I love Beatrice. I got to agree. And if I was getting my ass whooped for the first time, I wouldn't come back. I know. It's not a good day. That's all I can say. And that's all I'm going to say, Beatrice. And only because you said it. If anybody else know, it's just not a good day. But I have faith. And because Diddy has affected so many people's lives in a negative way. I got something new?
No, no. I had stopped checking. I thought you had.
No, I'm checking. He has affected so many people's lives in a bad way. When you whoop a woman's ass, that left Cassie with PTSD. I believe she has it. And I believe, is there getting rid of it, Perry? Can you get rid of PTSD? Or most likely not, right?
I don't think so. I mean,
handle it and control it.
Mm-hmm.
And he affected.
You get to avoid the triggers. You get to avoid the triggers to get rid of it.
He put his hands on Kim Porter, broke her nose, put his hands on Misa. Let's not forget Misa Hilton. He put his hands on about every woman he came into contact with. So I just don't like him as a person, and I want him to get his ass. But it's starting to seem difficult. Sherelle, I'm crying. I'm just listening to you, child. I know I'm gonna ride with Cassie until I can't ride no more. But it's not looking good. I'll say that it's not looking good. But he's not on trial for Kim Porter. He's not on trial for DV, and he's not. I hate the perimeters, and maybe they were right. He should have had other charges added, but they couldn't do that for Cassie. She had to be a character witness. He's just an awful human being. He messed up his children's lives. Come on. That put them in a bad situation, especially Quincy. Your dad acting like a fucking dog in the heat. He's acting like a dog in heat.
Right.
And I just don't like this man.
No, I mean,
Don't like
he's most definitely a monster, a freak. You know what I mean?
And I'm not gonna lie, we gotta figure a way out to get his ass. But this might not be the way out. And so we gotta get him though.
King T says, stop trying to stop the truth on Cassie. See, look, two things can be true at the same time. Y'all can say she was young and naive. She could have been young and calculated. Right? So, I mean, we don't know these things yet. Just because things didn't work out her way and she was successfully married to Diddy and had the baby, the things that she wanted, or the hit album. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we really don't know. But, and I think Kelly Nola said it earlier. She don't truly think that she was a gold digger. When I said that, it could be the tendencies. But she really probably thought that this guy loved her. That's where a lot of relationships go wrong, whether you was groomed or not. You just misinterpret the treatment somebody's giving you, and you just assume it's love. And sometimes you can build it up in your mind that you're looking for love so much that you miscommunicated. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the jury. I'll say that. They could say you're supposed to be fair and all that, but I think every juror up there cannot get out of their head that tape. Now, how about that? When he was dragging her across the floor, and even that was just crazy. The security guard filming it. What the hell? Wasn't that crazy? That was crazy yesterday. Well, you didn't help the woman. You up there, if Diddy tell your ass don't put it in the incident report, you didn't do it. This is just a whole funky situation. And I mean literally, because they didn't have no AC in them freak offs. Those stinky ass freak offs. Something wrong with him.
Yes, Perry, don't play a player. See, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, yeah, Cassie, her bad thing was she was trying to get what she wanted from a player. You know what I'm saying? Like, Diddy wasn't
Melody, what is wrong with Melody? Y'all stop. Y'all gonna get Perry acting crazy again. And we don't need that. That was enough this morning.
And they says Cassie was another KK. So
yeah.
What do they mean by that?
Christina Coram.
Just a user? I know.
Because Christina Coram was an enabler. Oh, you're saying Cassie was an enabler. Oh, well,
Diddy is
I'm not gonna, no comment.
And Ike. Yeah, no, I mean, no, that I can believe too.
Because not only was Diddy whooping Cassie's ass, he did Carrie, and he put his hands on some other woman. Who was it? It was Carrie. The best friend is Carrie, and other people. I can't remember.
You know that's bad. I mean, when you beating your girlfriend up, then you go in the house and beat everybody else's ass in the house.
Every other female. Why didn't he go knock on Kid Cudi's door and put his hands on Kid Cudi? Why didn't he get so mad that he slapped the hell out of D-Rock? He's only big and bad to win. No, I'm serious. That's what most abusers, they only mess with the weak. And because we are physically not as strong as a man, because Diddy's a good 200 pounds. Not since he lost the weight, but before he went in. Cassie looks, I would be shocked if Cassie was over 120. She's probably like 115. He shouldn't be putting his hands on her.
No, he shouldn't.
putting bruises on her that's so bad you gotta hide her ass to go into the hotel for her to recover in private.
See, look, I'm gonna tell you this too.
Secretly calling plastic surgeons. Go ahead, Perry.
It's certain places you look for certain things. You look for groceries, try the grocery store, right? You look for love, maybe try a church. Maybe try just meet somebody in public and just hanging out with them. Don't go at the strip club looking for love. I'm just saying, like,
no, Perry, no, don't. Okay, you please stop. You on a 10-minute break? No, something wrong with him. No,
because my coffee ran out. I ran out of coffee.
Seen the Cassie deserved every bit of that $20 million. It should have been $30 million. You deserve every bit of that.
I would say yes, she do. Just for the entertainment that she gave his freaky ass to be under his instructions. That's the least he could do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the least he could do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, I definitely agree with that.
But let's talk about the charges.
Let's see what we got
we
here.
We really don't see a RICO here.
Black
we
magic.
really don't see forced
crack to strip clubs. So, I mean, that's the time to say no. Damn. Okay, people coming hard.
Well, because
Diddy not guilty. Cassie is guilty. Are you gonna agree with that?
I hope not. He needs to pay. If Diddy was, listen, y'all, if Diddy was returned back to the streets, he gonna have a revenge list. He gonna think I got away with that. I can do it again. If Diddy was returned to the streets, he going after Diageo, the alcohol company. He's going to be hell on wheels. His reputation will never be the way that it was. I will never, ever have any respect for Diddy. He gonna be begging for it. I'm in therapy. We don't give a damn. I don't care if he goes to therapy after this. I don't care. You did what you did. And Stevie J know it. And that's why his ass is hiding. Mm-hmm. Shame on you, Stevie J. You coked out.
Wow.
Stevie J is protecting this man. I believe Stevie J was at the damn freak offs. Him and no, I can't say that, but I think he was at the freak off. He tried his hardest to protect Diddy till he couldn't anymore. And he probably hiding because maybe his ass can get in trouble for some stuff. You know, Stevie J has a bad reputation.
He could have been the runner.
That's who they should have put on the stand, the prosecution.
Let's see, 16 minutes ago.
Because can't you easily see Stevie J being the damn plug?
Okay.
That's why he hiding out.
I can. And the one that's running, you know, he drove the whole bus.
Who?
Stevie J.
I mean,
shit.
Somebody asked me earlier, did I think Roger Bond would be a witness? I do now that person said that. I think it was I can't remember who said it, but
oh, okay. If we got a little downtime, I mean, they took a break, I think, Sherelle.
Yeah, they did. He said it. The judge said it.
Okay.
What do you want to talk about?
Oh no, I just want to show you his family this morning showing up at court.
Oh, okay. Let's look.
Yeah, it's not long.
Did the girls go?
Good morning. How are you doing? How do you feel this morning?
There you go.
drunk ass mother. Look at her. She high. Look at her wig. That's crooked.
If that's actually going to help the defense or the prosecution. The planning of the freak offs, definitely. I understand why the defense team had that in there. It's establishing a pattern that Cassie was with it. However, Diddy's fantasy is to have a man do things with Cassie, not Cassie seeing him with another woman. So I think the prosecution would just need to come in and say, why wasn't sex with escorts turning you on? Why would you prefer to see him with another woman? So
this is making make
extremely interesting. And it's
he
still
was
very
actually
early,
inside
but being in the room, I was having to take 5-hour energy, y'all. It's a lot of emails, a lot of dirty emails. I'm horny and bored.
I thought we'll listen
I
to
need
him
your
for a
big
little
dick.
bit, but he was there.
I'm dying to feel trapped.
So you went over what
Cassie was having to tip the hotel staff extremely well because they were leaving urine and semen and blood and everything else in there. So, like I said, we're going to go into more of this. As it stands, I can't tell if she's in trouble. You guys can put in the chat, do you feel that she was an active participant in the freak offs and that she's more of a co-conspirator? Or do you feel like the defense has a very weak case against, like, specifically in cross-examining Cassie? Because that is it. She's an overly ambitious young woman who knew she was dating a man much older. She had done it before. She had tattoos, and she was also a drug addict. We'll see. I'm going to keep you guys posted on that. But let's get into Chris Brown super, super quick. Y'all, Chris Brown then got arrested again. And it's always so funny when Chris Brown gets arrested because people make every excuse in the book for him. But it says Chris Brown arrested for smashing tequila bottle over music producer's head at a nightclub. On Thursday, the singer was arrested at a 5-star hotel in Manchester for allegedly attacking a music producer with the bottle at a nightclub. The running singer was arrested at 2 a.m. outside of the Laurie Hotel for an incident that happened February 2023. Let's get into the incident. According to The Sun, R&B star was held on suspicion of causing grievous bodily harm to the producer Abe Dial. The Post reached out to Brown, no comment. Dial alleges that the rapper attacked him unprovoked, smashed him over the head with the bottle, and then punched and kicked him. He told Outlet, he hit me over the head 2 or 3 times. My knee collapsed as well, resulting in him going to the hospital. I understand Chris Brown has a huge fan base, and so you oftentimes don't want to believe these things about people, but is it his MO? Yes. You guys don't remember this?
Okay, so that's a little bit about Chris Brown. But let me stop this.
The baby is running around. I thought
Okay, let me stop sharing that. Okay. Okay, so what do y'all think so far? We done heard a lot. I know Sherelle is pissed. But if we go back over to the trial, we got the live tweets. And it says, this is Combs' attorney. If you saw him on social media on vacation with it, oh Lord, this is not about what I felt, right? Because you are skipping over a lot here, Combs. This is Ventura. Oh God, this is going pretty fast. I probably gotta go on Twitter because the way they're positioning all these things here. But yeah, I don't know. It's a bit much. A bit much. Let's see what Sherelle's. It's a bit much. Yeah, so Diddy's mom is there.
It was uncalled for.
But
That's
wait,
how.
wait. But with all due respect, Perry, play it back. The wig was crooked. Now,
I
come
know.
on
'Cause,
now.
I mean, I understand that because I mean,
Respectfully, it was crooked.
I've been getting her treatment all day.
Now, pause it when she get off this damn bus. I mean, a Sprinter van. Now, look, Perry.
Leave it alone.
I'm going to hell. Sorry, Mrs. Combs. Sorry. Go ahead,
It's
Perry.
sort of shaped like that emblem at Ronald McDonald. But I mean, I don't even know why you going there. I am just totally.
We'll take her off the screen. You're triggering me.
No,
Here we go. We're back.
Okay.
They say it's 2:38 p.m. back there. Okay. Okay, let's get Miss Ventura back and the jury. Attorney, your affair with Mr. Kid Cudi was only a month long, but you got a burner phone for it. Cassie says, right. Mr. Combs kicked you in the back. Yes.
A lot of drug dealers, cheaters get burner phone.
And remember, he never called Kid Cudi out of his name. He didn't say anything. He did not confront Kid Cudi. And then all of a sudden, with his boys, he wanted to brag about it. I'm going to read this again just because there's nothing else to say. Judge says, okay, let's get Miss Ventura back and the jury. Jury enters. Attorney says, your affair with Kid Cudi was only a month long, but you got a burner phone for it. Ventura says, right. Lawyer says, Mr. Combs kicked you in the back. She said, yes. And they're talking about when he found out about the affair. She only dated him a month.
And then rightfully so. Now I'm gonna go back for some transparency because I thought, well, damn, she cheated on Diddy, then she get mad. But somebody had said, whether it's true or not, I don't know, that her and Diddy was broke up at the time when she dated Kid Cudi.
She said it.
Oh, she said it. Okay, I know. Huh? Somebody said it. All right.
Yeah, she said it.
But the burner phone, though.
Well, she had and that's how Diddy found out on the burner phone, right? He seen some text messages, and that's how he found out. My son is the biggest Kid Cudi fan there ever was.
Okay. And I still don't get it. I still don't get it.
I don't understand the love for Kid Cudi.
Mm-hmm. Just don't understand. I mean, he act like he Chub Rock or something.
Who's that?
I ain't gonna date myself.
Who's that, sir? I don't know who you're talking about. Yeah, it's sad. And they just don't listen, guys. They just don't say this about Cassie. Why did you go back? Why did you go back? They say that to every DV victim. They say it to every DV victim because they don't understand the process. And some prostitutes really fall in love with their pimp. And that's what this is reminding me of. Now, you've heard that before, right? Some prostitutes will fall in love with their pimp. Even though the pimp puts hands on them, this is the deprogramming that Cassie needs done. Your mind just gets warped just from being brainwashed by that person. Then add drugs to it.
Okay, put it this way. You know
Here
how
we go.
it's
We're back.
Okay.
We're back. Lawyer says this came up later in your relationship that you had cheated on him with Kid Cudi. Ventura said, he brought it up quite a bit. Attorney says, when he cheated, he said, well, you had an affair with Kid Cudi, right? Ventura, sometimes. That man wasn't faithful to any woman, none. Think about it. He cheated with Kim. I don't know who. I think he was dating Kim at the time he brought on J-Lo. J-Lo said she had a feeling he was cheating on her too, because he would be missing for long periods, huh?
He cheated on J-Lo. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, he cheated on J-Lo. Anybody we seen him with, he cheated on. And that's because of his big ass ego and his need for control. Like, come on. And the weirdest thing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was going to say this. You know how it's alleged that Diddy slept with Clyde Davis?
Right.
Right. And what do the people say his purpose was?
To get the money to start up Bad Boy.
Okay. Right. To climb the ladder. Right. But people get mad when I say, was it totally being ignorant, young 19 in love, or somebody that was trying to climb the ladder, whether it's career-wise, financial? When I say that about Cassie, I get yelled at.
And then you think you would learn, you keep saying it. People gonna get mad if I say, and then you repeat it all over again.
But I tell you this, I do got one friend that sort of agree. Where's she at? I got to find her. Callie Nola.
Here we go. We're back. Attorney says he suspected you of having an affair with another person in the industry. You were in South Africa filming. Cassie laughs. Yes, honey 3. Attorney. While you were there, you saw a photo of Mr. Combs with Gina and were irate, right? Angry, Ventura said. So the whole Gina thing, she kept doing the same thing too. He put his hands on her, and I think one time he kicked her in the stomach.
Damn.
I think, yeah, he's awful. Because when he got around to Gina, and this is all from the Tasha K video, she said he would hit her in places that wasn't visible. He was a mess. He was a mess.
You know, Perry, I agree with you. And what you're saying is correct. Unfortunately, some folks do not want to hear the truth because the truth hurts. And it was one good movie. It was one movie, old movie. I don't want to date myself. It was really good. I can't remember the guy's name. And when he looked up and said, some people can't handle the truth.
That was it Jack Nicholson?
Jack Nicholson, yeah.
Jack Nicholson. And I'm telling you, I can't handle the truth. Y'all not gonna sit up here and right here we go. Attorney, you blocked him and focused on the movie, right? Ventura, I tried my best. Attorney, Mr. Combs suspected you of a relationship with whom? Oh, Cassie says Michael B. Jordan. This is how he comes into the picture. Because remember, they said that he was going to testify, Michael B. Jordan and Kanye West and some other people. And I thought, Michael B. Jordan is cute. She had to cheat with him. Although he dated Steve Harvey's adopted daughter. I can't think of her name. He dated her, Michael B. Jordan. And he knew that supposedly she dated Diddy and Justin. Remember that? Yeah, that's a mess. So maybe Michael B. Jordan didn't take her serious.
And they did her wrong too, because
Lori Harvey.
She was young and naive. See, you know what? That's a good example. Do people look at Lori Harvey as being young and naive like Cassie was?
No. She's just
Well,
No.
okay. What would they think of her?
Gold digger.
Okay. Well, see, you women pick and choose when it's Stockholm syndrome and gold digging this.
I'm gonna change the subject a little bit. Do you
Okay.
think Diddy put his hands on Lori Harvey knowing that Steve Harvey was her father?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he did that.
That is some sick shit. You dated your son's ex-girlfriend. He needs to be locked up. That is some sick shit. Oh my God.
And then why
Steve
can't
Harvey, here we go.
Okay.
Attorney says, you sent a video not only to Mr. Combs, but also to the staff. Who? D-Rock? She said, yes. Attorney says, you sent it to them because you were angry with all of them. Ventura, I was hurt. I spent all my time with them. Attorney, you thought they were in on it? She's mad because they didn't tell her about Gina. Is that what it sounds like to you?
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to read this though. I mean, before I go and get me some more coffee.
Carrie, I agree with your perspective. She was an opportunist and Diddy is a monster. Yeah.
Coming from a female. Thank you.
That's your opinion. That's her opinion. That's not mine.
That's all right. And I'm going to get some coffee. I'm just glad we got some sensible females in this world. I'll be back.
Whatever. Let me refresh KT and then I'll read it to make sure I'm not missing a thing. Okay, KT says, hey, Sherelle, please listen to the opening statement again. Law and Crime have a AI version of the transcript. It will give you more of an insight. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. I'm still going, I mean, listen, I'm like Perry. I am still trying to listen with an open mind. That's why I admitted today was a bad day. I still don't like Diddy, and I never will, ever. And I feel bad for Cassie still because, you know, she might have enjoyed it in the beginning. I got to give it to you guys. She admitted it. But at some point, it wasn't enjoyable anymore. And how many times are you going to put your hands on that girl? How many times? And most men that put their hands on women, they don't do it to men. They don't. Hey, Renee, funny how Diddy and his son dated Lori after Michael. It's insane. It's insane. But they let, I mean, Steve Harvey let Lori date Diddy and went to lunch with them. We've seen those pictures. That's insane. Like, come on. What's Lori Harvey's mother name? She didn't say nothing about it either. She was at the dinner table. What is her name? She's a pretty lady. I can't think of her name, but she a gold digger too. I can't believe it. I'm getting old. I really cannot remember Lori Harvey's mother's name. Marjorie. Thank you, Kathy. Marjorie. Child, Marjorie is a handful too. This is not the Marjorie trial because I would be talking about her all day long. She didn't say anything. Steve didn't say anything. They all went to lunch with Diddy. They knew Lori had dated Justin. Child, this is a sick bunch. Sick bunch. I mean, we're just on day 4. This is going to be a battle within a battle about Friday and who can testify last. And both sides is giving it their all. Because let me tell you guys, Maureen Comey is not having it. She's just not having it. Y'all read the transcripts that, here we go. Attorney, the physical abuse, when did your father learn about it? Ventura says, same time as my mother. Attorney says, did Mr. Combs come to Connecticut to speak to your parents? Cassie says, I don't know. If it was then, lawyer said, Carrie Morgan knew about the abuse. Cassie said, yes. What I want to know when the parents knew and what happened. I think a part of his manipulation is he knew she didn't tell the parents about the freak offs, because who wants their parents to know that, you know? But I wonder what their reaction was. And was it a secret relief? Now I don't have to be manipulated. He can't use those tapes to manipulate me, because that's what he was using, showing the tapes on the plane when he was sitting next to her. Every time she did something, I'm going to release the tapes. I'm going to release the tapes. And if I was a parent finding out that anybody put their hands on my daughter, I don't give a damn how rich you are. I'm turning your ass in. So that's an important too. When did they find out? It probably had to be after she left and was with Alex, because she was too scared. And did he show them the tapes? This is good testimony coming in. So I'm not taking my eye off the screen. I would lose it. You know, I'm a boy mother, so I've only had boys, and it was all three of them, and just I'm the only female in the house. But now that I have a granddaughter, I feel like I would be extra protective over my daughter. I couldn't imagine some man putting their hands on my granddaughter. They could call it a rap, because I'm taking your ass to court. I'm calling the cops. I'm doing over damage, because you don't treat my grandmother like my granddaughter, like she's a nobody. And that's what he was doing, treating Cassie like she was a damn nobody, like her life didn't matter. I forgot yesterday's testimony, and I'll never forget it. But I get what Perry's talking about. I'm not looking at this as from a legal stance. I know I'm not, but here we go. The eyebrow gash incident. What about it? Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. I was supposed to be packing up for a trip. Attorney. He was inebriated. Ventura. I don't remember that. Let me read that again, because you guys know I have a hard time reading small words. The eyebrow gash incident. What was it about? Ventura. Didn't answer the phone and went to sleep. I was supposed to be packing for a trip. The attorney. Was he inebriated? Ventura. I don't remember that. Child, it sounds like he was high all day. Both of them high all day and freaking off every day. It's just a bad lifestyle. Perry.
Yeah.
I have to go put something in my mouth. I got to eat before I pass out.
Okay.
You got it? Oh, you're working? Okay.
What? And I was just trying to get something for Damien.
Can I go? I feel dizzy. I gotta go. You got it?
Yeah. I'm back. I know I was missed. Thank you. No. Hey, what's up, everybody? Hey, look, we back. It's been one of those mornings. Funny how Diddy and his son dated Lori after Michael. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a lot of crazy shit happen. And like people saying, it's day 4. We'll find out. And like I said, I don't have no ego where I can't change my mind. But on day 4, this is how I feel. And I might feel differently on day 5. Right, Bonji? I see y'all over there. Let me see if we got any updates. Any updates? Baby, you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And I get it. I mean, for all these people, that support Cassie, you know, you almost hate for somebody to be taken advantage of. You know what I'm saying? Like, dogged out. I get it. If that was my daughter, shit, the hell with the trial. We
So it's 12 o'clock. What time is it there?
3 o'clock. We probably got about 2 more hours, maybe.
Yeah, but they've been wrapping up at 3 o'clock. Have you noticed that?
At 3 o'clock our time.
Their time.
Oh, yeah, their time. Yeah, I mean, because they arguing and doing whatnot. Yeah, or at least about 4:30 their time. They'll be wrapping up. Somebody said no sympathy here. Damn.
None.
I think they was talking about for Cassie.
I just realized that.
And see, and you just
Here we
going
go.
to this.
Here we go. Attorney, why were you asleep? Ventura, I drank at the Abbey, had something in it, I think. Oh. Attorney, did Mr. Combs ever abuse you while he was inebriated? Then say he didn't remember it? Cassie, yes. Attorney, did you feel he was not taking responsibility? That's true. Even though I can't stand Diddy, I'm sure he didn't remember a lot of shit. The stuff he was putting in his body, all these substances and drinking on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, but he remembered when he watched the playback.
You ain't right. Perry
I'm
is
telling you.
annoying. Oh my God.
Because they act like shit. I'm a Diddy supporter. No, I'm here to just say it like it is. Like Diddy is this person, ruthless. But then you get people who want to advance, and he's the person to go to. That's the shit that give him all the opportunity to do these girls like that.
All right, so we got some more tweets here from Inner City. So I'm going to go where they left off. Inner City has stated, they said, the lawyer for Combs says, why were you asleep? Ventura says, a drink at the Abbey has something in it, I think. The lawyer says, did Mr. Combs ever abuse you while he was inebriated? Then say he didn't remember it. And then Cassie says, yes. The lawyer said, did you feel he was not taking responsibility? Ventura says, yes. Combs' lawyer says, for drugs, you both go to rehab. Ventura says, rehab wasn't really a thing during our relationship. The lawyer, the freak-offs were an opportunity for you to take drugs together. And Cassie says, yes. Then the lawyer says, you went a lot to Burning Man. Yes. Okay, where the rest of this at? I guess I got to wait for the rest of the tweet. Whoever Burning Man is, I don't know. What do y'all think is so far? This is just really, 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 really. I feel like the charges, again, kind of like what Perry says, I feel like it isn't. I feel like it isn't, unless there's more to show. But as far as Cassie and him, it's just an abusive relationship. And she was help planning these freak offs, and a couple times she said she was horny. I don't get it. So I'm waiting on the next one. Let me see if I can refresh it. I'm not sure, but we'll go back to maybe Sherelle's getting something I haven't got.
What? They go to the desert and find their burning man? I didn't know what that was.
And see, I think Tommy was like us, like Burning Man to Burning Woman. This is a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to learn.
It's a lot.
I'm all damn confused. I heard of Coachella. Now they got shit going on in the middle of the desert. Burning Man is a 3-day concert. Damn.
But think
Okay, y'all know what Burning Man is. I didn't know it was.
Damn. I thought we was. Who in the hell going to Burning Man?
Everybody but us.
Shit.
No. Listen, I can't tell you the last time I've been to a movie. Damn, a concert. A concert might have been decades. Have we been to a concert? And then Patience gonna ask me, do we want to go see Beyonce? That's a strong no.
Like, why? Yeah, please.
my daughter-in-law needs somebody to go to the concert with her.
Yeah.
She's gonna be there with Damien, Unique, somebody, not
Yeah.
my ass.
I'm not volunteering. I tell
And
you
I
that.
like Beyonce, but not
It's just not my kind of shit. Not crowd. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. Just not.
Now if it's a concert where I can sit down.
It was like Lauryn Hill or something. I might go and see some shit like that.
Oh, Perry, that was when was the last time we went to that Lauryn Hill concert?
We was young then. That was a long time ago. Shit.
You didn't need a cane. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah. Shit.
You didn't
We
need
could
no
walk
cane.
through-
I didn't
Look,
need a walker.
We could walk through the gate. Now we got to have wheelchair access.
Okay, here we go. Attorney, did you ever call yourselves Get High Partners? Ventura, we did. Lawyer, did you take drugs from him without him knowing it? Ventura, yes. Lawyer, what was his reaction? Ventura, I don't know if I can say this word. Not good. I'm just gonna say that. Did he tell LA dealers not to deal to you? Cassie, yes. No, she very much had a problem separate from his, and he might have been pushing the drugs in the beginning and pushing them at the freak offs, but there was times where she did it on her own. And did she take drugs from him? I thought they would share them. I wonder what that means. He told you don't touch this right here, and you did anyway. They definitely were some addicts. And they not only were they addicts, they were mixing very dangerous drugs. It's a miracle that they didn't. She said she was unconscious, right? Yeah, that he put her in the shower. But it's a miracle that nobody lost their life. It's a miracle. Because, but I'll say this. I don't think the drugs had anything to do with Diddy initially having the freak off. I think they just came hand in hand. He was going to do it no matter what. If he wasn't an addict, he was still going to have the freak offs. But the consistency of the freak offs led to him being an addict. What do you think, Perry? Do you think if it was no drugs, he wouldn't do freak offs? I don't think so, right?
Yeah, I think he would. I mean, like, I think all that stuff come together. When you start the party, You go because you want to hang out and party. But then you start making the party better. What would be the word? Like increasing the fun. That's where the drinks, the Molly, all this other shit come in. And I think maybe during his upbringing or whatever, he already had this thing for sex. And then it started to get into his head when he do the drugs that he wanted to be good at it. He wanted to be a satisfier. And I think with his penis problem, then I think so he had to bring in people to help him accomplish the mission. Now you got this beautiful girl that you want her to do all these things to, but you really can't make her say your name. So things just got out of control.
No, Perry. His penis problem is why he started the freak-offs. No, the freak-offs were started in his childhood with his mother. Child, something wrong with you, Perry.
I don't know.
You think he designed a whole freak-off because he had a penis problem?
No, I'm just saying, and that could have been part of the reason why she agreed to it at first. Yeah, I'm dating this man with money, but that's all I'm getting. Ain't no midnight satisfaction.
Something's wrong with him. I need to distance myself from him.
Do I got somebody to agree with me?
What? Oh my God!
That's what I'm saying. It just is what it is.
Oh man, I didn't hear. They actually said in court that he had a micro penis.
Somebody said it somewhere. I don't know what the hell it was.
Okay,
I read it yesterday.
Child, that is too. Nobody said that in court, y'all.
He mad.
They wouldn't have said that in court. Y'all need to prove to me that they said this in court. They didn't say that in court. Child, that is too funny. Somebody being funny. Oh my God. Y'all are too much. And then Perry, all he needs is a little lie. He'll take it and run with it. This is why he created the freak off. He was embarrassed of the size.
I was minding my own business yesterday when shit like this came across my time feed.
Oh, y'all. Oh my God. This is too much. Y'all are
because at times when you think about it, like we can laugh at it and shit like that, but I think it's a serious thing that really affects him, right? Because he like to have these parties. It's like,
what is penis size really affects him? Stop.
If your car broke down and you couldn't fix it, right, yourself, you would go out and get a mechanic.
Oh my God.
He couldn't satisfy his woman, so he had to go and
stop him. Very stop.
He had to go get these escorts and shit. The Punisher. I mean, he went from Pee-wee. She went from Pee-wee. She upgraded from Pee-wee to the Punisher. What the hell? What the Halle Berry?
What the hell he on? No, she did. They said one of the escorts was called the Punisher.
And then his ass sitting there waiting on halftime so he can get the drizzle. What a freak, man. I just can't take it. God damn.
Even the nipple thing yesterday. They said yesterday that the guy would reach he would
blow a nut. Let's say it.
He would come on Cassie, and then Cassie would take Diddy in the next room and rub.
And then they had to do it immediately because he wanted it while it was warm.
Here we go. It says, attorney, you told Mrs. Coram that you learned only after the fact that Mr. Combs had dangled Miss Bongolan off the balcony. Cassie says, I'm not sure. The attorney says, you were on drugs. It was Armand, not Armand, y'all. Armand is a mess. He said that Diddy is amazing. It was in the testimony. Child, this is too much. Child, I can't handle the truth. I cannot.
I mean, that shit, I mean, for real, that shit had to be frustrating. And Callie, right? He said, I believe the Tootsie Roll problem is the root of his behavior and the drug enhanced it. Right? Because, you know, like when you're looking around and you see everybody in the room walking and you can't, you want to walk too. And his shit's over there just dangling in the air.
If it was micro small, how come we didn't hear this earlier? How come J-Lo didn't say nothing?
She was there for the money.
J-Lo would have told us.
No, J-Lo was with Diddy for the opportunity and the money.
If that's true, he got a micro. She definitely. Everybody's with him for the money, even G.
Like, he didn't leave him totally empty, because I'm telling you, he couldn't satisfy him. But Diddy had somebody, just in my opinion, it's alleged, had somebody satisfy J-Lo when she was with him.
Okay, Perry, stop. Just stop right now. This is getting out of hand. That is so ridiculous.
She had some baby oil. I can't. I'm just keeping it real. Like, I mean, you don't want to hear this shit. Like, you can't enter this trial if you don't want to hear the real.
Perry,
you know,
free calls were not invented because of his micro problem. They took place back in the damn 60s when his mom was the damn prostitute.
Well, his mini-me is the problem to him being abusive. Because he's angered all the time. Because, look, think about it. This guy wakes up from 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. the next day thinking about sex. And then it's a reminder, he got PTSD because he can't satisfy nobody with the mini-me. I don't think it.
Hold on, I'm gonna double check. Here we go. Ventura, I'm not sure. Attorney, you got a life coach for your drug use, according to this document, Ventura. I don't know who that person is. Attorney says, you were doing a lot of drugs, Ventura. It was a rough time. You don't remember if you had a life coach, Cassie? That's odd. Huh. Yeah.
She don't remember the life coach.
Unless she's trying to say, even in rehab, she kept taking stuff. Or didn't they say she suffered from memory loss? This is weird. It's a weird question. I need a follow-up. So you guys, do you guys, huh?
Says she can't remember the life coach. The only person she remembers.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can. It might be. I mean, you might have a delay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I wanted to show you guys something. Hold on, let me
What
see.
people talking about in the chat? I be getting confused. He can't. He topping. I don't know what that means.
I'm on a whole nother page. I can't see. And I'm checking at the same time I'm checking.
Oh, yeah, keep checking. I'm just reading the chat. Let's see what else they got.
I'm checking. Okay, do you guys remember this guy that grew up with Diddy? I don't even remember his name. Perry, didn't we watch were you with me when I watched a documentary?
Is that the one that moved out in the boom?
Right, that's him. So we were watching it together. Let me double check. Hold on one second. Don't want to miss anything. So this guy right here, he grew up with Diddy. He is not blood related to Diddy, but his mother rented a room from Diddy's mother. But now that I'm thinking back, he might have been told that she was renting a room, but his mom could have been another prostitute. But he's the one who talked about how every Saturday Diddy's mother was having these freak offs, only they didn't call them freak offs. They called it parties. And he said in different rooms, there would be all kind of different things going on. He saw guy on guy action, guy and girl action, girl on girl action. And they've seen this at a very young age. So I believe that he didn't create the freak offs because he had a problem with size. I believe that he was just emulating what he saw in his childhood. And I'm going to add to this. And somebody said, you don't have the right to add to that. I do. I really believe that Diddy was touched at a young age. And I believe that because of the way he acts, he's literally obsessed. He's obsessed with sex, obsessed with it.
Yep.
And he had this behavior. His thoughts on sex were warped since he hung with Aaron Hall, and he was just out of Howard University then. So I think that he experienced trauma in his childhood, and then at some point he became the predator. Now that's this. I could be wrong. That's just my opinion. And that's who they should bring to the stand. I don't remember his name, but and now thinking back, Perry, he said that they were just renting a room. No, what if the wife was what if his mom was one of the prostitutes? Because if I rent a room from you and you have sex parties every week, I'm out of there.
That's what I'm thinking. Girl, you ain't got to keep driving across town over here to work. You can stay right down in the basement and you'll be on call 24 hours.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I almost think they was ho-hoing.
Okay, here we go. Attorney, you tried to get into rehab, the Golden Door. Cassie said, it was a spa. There was a time I lost all sense of smell and taste and woke up in a hospital with an IV in my arm. I tried to get help. Damn. You know, it's no secret. Drugs, depending on the type, can have a permanent scarring effect, especially if you are mixing them. Especially if you're mixing them. I feel bad for her again. But why is all of a sudden the attorney being so nice? This is not a prosecutor. This is Esteveo. She's being very gentle all of a sudden. Oh, because she'll set you up and then hit you with a whammy. That's what she does. She sets you up and then throws in the whammy when you get good and comfortable. If you guys seen this interview, I don't even know the best friend's name, but this is the guy, the picture I just showed you. This is the guy that grew up with Diddy. And to be quite honest, I hate to say this. So me and Perry seen a documentary with him. He's kind of off. He's kind of off too. He lives in the middle of the woods, right? He doesn't want to be around people. He wants to be isolated. I think that lifestyle affected both of them. But he has he can tell you where all the bodies are as far as Diddy's life and the mom's life, all the way up until he left for Howard University. And then he still would speak to him on and off. But Perry, does he speak to Diddy now? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
He just sort of like distanced himself, and he basically longer wanted to face reality, or
Yeah, he's
public.
kind of strange a little bit. I hate to say that, but you know how and when I tell you he lives in the woods, he lives in the woods. Like,
It's almost like those things when have y'all heard people when they said that they tired of society and they want to live off the grid?
yeah,
It's almost like some shit like that. Weird.
yeah, almost like a Ted. I can't say the last name, and I can't see the name they call him, but he's almost like those people that
The mountain
store
man.
food.
Yeah.
That store food all the time, and they think any minute now, something's going to
Right.
happen. Yeah, he's one of those people, really off. But he was purely honest about his childhood, and I really think he believes, oh, we were just renting a room. No, sir, your mom was a prostitute. Your mom was a prostitute, and you can destroy a child raising him in that. Yeah. So I feel sorry for Diddy when it comes to that. And he never went to go get help. He probably never told anybody his secrets. I swear, with everything in me, I feel that he was touched as a little boy. I'm trying to tell you. And he never got over it. And we hear that
Get an
when
update.
refresh, stroll down. I don't have mine yet. Let me refresh again. Refresh. Oh, here we go. Attorney. The time after San Bernardino, you learned that he had overdose. Ventura says, very strong opiate. Yes. The lawyer says, you were not addicted to painkillers, Ventura. We took ibogaine. Attorney says, where did you get it? Ventura says, Mexico, separately. Okay, so you got dealers bringing them drugs, right? Because KK said that. You've got Cassie getting her own away from Diddy, and now you got somebody going down to Mexico to get some more. What they're trying to show, in my opinion, is that these people's drug habits was raging. They were raging addicts. And what does anybody know what this word is? Let me put it in the chat. What type of drug this is? Where did I see that at?
The ibogaine.
Yeah, ibogaine. Does anybody know what this is? Oh, I better look it up. Let me look it up too.
It's not Rogaine. It's something serious.
Keep your eye on the chat. I'm gonna go look this up.
Okay.
Okay, ibogaine is a naturally occurring psychoactive substance found in the plants of the Picayune, by another word I can't pronounce, family. It's native to Central America. It's chemically classified as a psychedelic. Oh my gosh.
Damn.
Y'all, what are y'all doing? Oh my goodness.
That's why they be saying, I'm flying. I feel like I'm flying. They hallucinating.
Oh boy. Oh boy. It says it induces intense hylogenetic and introspective experience, often lasting 12 to 24 hours. Wow. Oh.
That's what they probably use at the freak off.
I mean,
and then they wonder why they needed an IV. Damn.
I mean, they probably both of them have side effects from all the substances they put in their body. Did they not want to live? What are these people doing? This is crazy. Oh, wow, it's still a lot. Any thoughts in the comments, Perry? See what they're thinking.
Oh, I was refreshing. Yeah.
I think the hatred for women comes from the female that abused him. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Plus, he was insecure about his size down there as well. Yeah.
You know, that
I
make a
mean-
lot of sense, though.
Mhm.
If the women did that, that's why he treated them non-human.
Yeah.
And he disrespected them. It's almost like payback.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. They're taking hallucinogens on top of all kinds of stuff. She said Valium, she said HGB, she said ecstasy and Molly, and of course the white powder. I'm shocked that he overdosed. I'm not shocked that he overdosed. I'm shocked that they kept it from the public.
Yeah.
Now, she didn't talk about a time that she OD'd when she woke up it being wet in the shower, and now they're talking about the time he OD'd. I'm trying to tell y'all, something probably happened to somebody at one of those damn parties, and the person was probably famous, and they could never talk about it. That's what I'm thinking. Because this is just too much. It's too much. And I feel sorry for both of them. I feel sorry for both of them. Because Diddy, how you let yourself get to this point in your life, you needed help back in college when you first left home, but you didn't get that help. And then your world and your ideology on women, your ideology on
You got to update
life,
them.
it's got really twisted. Sad. Here we go. Attorney, when Mr. Combs threw you off a boat in Cannes, when he accused you of taking drugs and squeezed your leg, Ventura, among other things, attorney, but you still wanted to be with him, Ventura, I did. I'm glad she's not trying to explain why she wanted to be with him, because that shows honesty. And she doesn't even know. She didn't even know for the longest that she was brainwashed. She was a victim. She thought she was a victim of DV. She was being used. He used her as a sex object. And, you know, it's a bad situation, because I still feel bad for Diddy. I think they need to lock his ass up, but nobody wants to live like that. So he's just caught up in his misery. And it's just, even now, you let it get to this. Now you're going to trial. Your kids are witnessing you at your darkest moments. Hopefully, Justin isn't mimicking and imitating what you taught him. But according to Misa, he is.
Then somebody asked, I mean, if you knew, because they probably wouldn't tell you, if her other baby was born with no birth defects, if they were born healthy, you know, from all the prior stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I know. Yeah. That wouldn't be, because right now she's still an addict in the story. We want to know, when did you get clean? She said rehab wasn't a thing to them. I don't know what that meant. And I'm like everybody else now. Alex is a damn saint. So what do you think, Alex? Seen this girl, helpless girl, and decided I'm going to help her, and then that's how the romance began, because she comes with a lot of baggage at this point. Plus, it's a miracle that Alex isn't scared of Diddy, but he probably acted a fool a couple times and noticed it didn't work with Alex, but there's no telling what Alex went through with Diddy.
Damn.
I know. If he blew up Kid Cudi's car, he did some. Here we go. Attorney, switching topics. When you say Mr. Combs went with GUNs to find Suge Knight, do you remember telling the government that you did go with them? Oh shit. Ventura, no. Attorney, let me show you. Just for the parties. No. Also, too, she's not lying when she says she doesn't remember things. This happened before she took the stand. Said that she suffers memory loss from taking certain drugs too long. This poor girl. Just both of them. I'm gonna extend sympathy for both of them. Y'all was just living in a living hell, and what makes it worse is because people front so much. You had people idolizing Diddy. I want to do what he did. I want to be a mogul. Don't idolize anybody because you don't know what really goes on behind closed doors. Sherelle, you need to learn your drugs. I know you're mixing up the damn letters. My bad. I don't know. I've never taken drugs. I know one time, my cousin, I miss you, cousin. My cousin gave me a gummy and I didn't wake up for 3 damn days. And I said, never again. I just never, and let me tell you why I never did drugs. And he gave me the gummy because I suffer from insomnia and I would just stay up days and I didn't like it. And I went to the doctor and now I got me medication. And I tell my doctor, don't overdrug me. I never wanted drugs because I'm not calling anybody out. I got a lot of drug addicts in my family. So I was on the other end. When you're on drugs, you hurt everybody around you. And, it's no secret. I've lost aunts that have, my aunt lives in Tent City and Figueroa in LA. She's homeless and pushing the basket around the whole thing. And I used to see homeless people and say, how do you let yourself get to that? Where's your family? Well, we tried everything to save her. She didn't want saving.
Right.
So I didn't want that for my children. And I miss her. I miss her dearly. Go ahead, Perry, were you going to say?
Oh, no. I'm with you. No, I'm just refreshing. I'm trying to get any updates.
You've seen the struggles with my family and addiction. I'll never want that for myself, ever. Hi, Lisa. Not possible. I believe some people had to die, but where are the bodies? Lisa?
They probably took him out to Burning Man out in the middle of the desert.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's just a sad story all the way around. Here we go. Ventura, I did not go with them, so I don't think I said that. Attorney, you also did drugs with Miss Morgan, right? Ventura, yes. Attorney, do you recall telling the government that you did not set what he did? Hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger. Ooh, what? Let me reread this, guys. Ventura, I did not go with them, so I don't think I said that. Attorney, you also did drugs with Miss Morgan, right? She says, yes. Do you recall telling the government that you did not set what he did?
Say.
Okay. Yeah, that's what she meant. Do you recall telling the government that you did not say what he did, hitting her in the head with a wooden hanger?
Damn.
Yeah, they said yesterday that he would put his hands on Carrie Morgan, who's the best friend also.
Like they're just going through some kind of psycho withdrawals and just grabbing shit out the closet, hitting people across the damn head with it.
They're living the life of drug addicts. Only they're rich and they can hide theirs better. But if you know anybody on drugs, their life gets chaotic. It is a mess.
Instead of being on Figueroa, they just in a mansion.
Yeah.
Fighting, cracking, sexing, drugging.
Beating,
Yeah.
anything else we can add in there. Sad. And Perry, we have to admit this.
Yeah.
I don't want to admit it, but Diddy was a huge influence in rap music, especially in the 90s. What happens to his legacy?
Oh,
Is he the new R. Kelly?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I didn't read the poll. I took a poll that said, did y'all think the government taking his assets and money, was that overkill? And you guys said...
You got an update, honey.
I got an update. Here we go. Refresh. Stroll. Here we go. Ventura. I saw the hanger. I saw he was angry that I was doing drugs with Carrie. Attorney. This broke up your 17-year friendship with her. Ventura. It did. Attorney. Did you tell Mr. Combs about your relationship with your now husband? Ventura. No. So the friend left because Diddy hit her with a wooden hanger?
Wouldn't you?
I would leave too.
I mean, I would have left after I whooped his ass. Look, your problem is with her. She cheating with the trainer. You gonna bring your sex crazy ass in here and want to take your anger out on me?
Yeah.
Shit, she might take the beating, but once she would have swung back with that wooden hanger,
I'd
have been come back with a wooden chair, whooping his ass. That's ridiculous.
Who knew all this was going on? Diddy's life was horrible.
And then everybody would be like, damn, I wish I was Diddy. That man got more problems than a little bit. The hell with money. See, that money shit gets you all caught up. That would, and go back to this, and people get mad. That what got Cassie caught up.
You just can't help yourself.
Wanting to be with that man with the money.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Miss Morgan sued you and Mr. Combs. Ventura says, made a demand. Attorney says, and you paid part of that. Ventura, I did. Attorney, and you haven't spoken with her since. Ventura, maybe one text. Attorney, that was the relationship ender. There's a misword here.
No,
Perry,
yes.
And she says yes.
Yeah.
When he says that was the relationship ender, I got it. That was the end of the relationship. And she said, yeah. She lost a relationship with her best friend.
17 years.
Because if you can't dream about hitting my best friend, I got you, Don, girl. You know I got you. You can't dream about hitting my best friend and I stay with your ass. It's just not happening. But they're in this drug-fueled, crazed, hallucinations lifestyle. It's just, it's a mess. And I'm thinking, Perry, the people that are saying that this is not a RICO case, this is not about ex trafficking. I think we all know that Diddy is sick. I think they also want to hear Cassie take a little bit of accountability. And I think she's doing that a little bit here. What do you think? Do you feel like she's being accountable? I feel like she's being truthful. Am I immature again? Am I gullible again?
No, I imagine she's being truthful when they ask the question, hey, did that ruin your 17-year friendship? Yes, it did. When you settled, did you pay half? Yes, I paid half. I felt responsible. And the accountability is part to me is that, yeah, Diddy did all these things to you, but a lot of it she volunteered for too. Now, volunteered to a point where the drug habit got out of control and all that stuff. You know, that's what I'm thinking. And I think at first, like the threesomes when they first started off, hey, you know, it was the way, you know, she felt fulfilled when they may have a threesome sometime early in the thing. But then Diddy started wanting to have them too often.
Mm-hmm.
And she wasn't looking for that much fulfillment.
Mm-hmm. I just feel bad for both of them. They did so many drugs. I think that Diddy has side effects too. We just ain't talked about it. They just was living like two.
Fools.
Oh, yeah, just crazy.
His side effects is that he go through these withdrawals and he got to have it. That's why KK would always make sure his supply was on hand.
Oh, this is current?
Huh?
What did you just say? Are you reading?
Oh no. No, I was
Oh.
just saying no,
Oh, okay.
With the KK stuff, but she had
Well-
mentioned that she always have it on hand and had some pouch. Or somebody said she would have a pouch. I don't know.
Yeah, that she made sure that he stayed nice and high. Do we convict KK too? That's why I think she turned state's evidence. Girl, you're just as responsible. There's a
Yeah.
such thing as wanting to do a good job for your famous a boss, but you went overboard. KK needs to be held responsible, and I think they told her that, and then I think she started talking. A vlogger who attends the trial said one of the escorts and a woman beat Diddy's ass one time when they saw him beating Cassie, said during yesterday's trial.
That's good.
Really?
Somebody need to whip his ass.
Well, who was it? And was it a part of the trial?
Didn't they say some escorts did it? This person is basically saying somebody had mentioned it about the trial yesterday, that some escorts did jump in and beat Diddy up.
Let me double check that. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't know if it's true, but yeah.
I just want to see because he needed his ass whooped. Perry, are you checking for me?
Yeah, I am. I got you.
Hold on, guys. I'm just looking that up, see what happened. Because if it is, I need to know about it. Yes, during yesterday's testimony in Diddy's federal ex-trafficking trial, male escort Daniel Phillips testified that he witnessed Combs physically abusing his girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Philip recounted an incident where Combs threw a bottle at Ventura and dragged her by her hair into the room, where Philip heard sounds of suggesting that Combs hit her. Philip also stated that he was paid to engage in sexual acts with Ventura. Yeah, that's not, let me see. Cassie.
You got an update too, honey.
Got an update. Here we go. Hold on, guys. Get back to that in a minute. Refresh. And here we go. Attorney. You would heat up the baby oil. Ventura. Yes. Attorney. Now, this is from the day before the Intercontinental Hotel incident. This is a long document. We need time to read it. I guess someone interjected. Okay, so I want to read about this. Cassie, in her own testimony, described being coerced into participating in freak-offs. Okay, I heard that part.
They heating up the baby oil.
Why is the baby all heated up?
Well, you know what?
All right. Well, that's about all I can take of this. It's been a lot. Let me put my face up here. I'm up here trying to eat. I'm running around here and do stuff too. So we find out that Diddy overdosed before. They kept that under wraps, didn't they? And her relationship with her friend was broke up because of Diddy hitting her allegedly with a wooden hanger. And I don't know, a 17-year friendship. I don't know. It's a bit. I mean, it's a lot. Seems like they were both heavily into drugs. I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't know how this case is gonna go, but so far to me, only thing they really proved is domestic abuse. Not I don't know. But I'm gonna get up out of here because I done had this live on look 5 hours. Thanks to Sherelle. I like watching her. Her and Perry are very funny. But I just thought, if you don't know, that's Sherelle's World. She's a big YouTuber here. And she's always digging in and finding out the scoop. So I thought it was pretty good. So I don't know. This whole case is giving us a lot of information I don't think we really needed to know. A lot. Let us know that we almost all of us is vanilla. They over there getting it in. So I'm going to leave y'all with that. And you can go over to Sherelle World. Or you can check out Inner City, what is it called? Inner City Press on X, or formerly known as Twitter, and get the up-to-date tweets that he's tweeting out. Also, Make It Make Sense. He has been in the courtroom also. And you get the information from him. So, I don't know, probably Make It Make Sense to go live tonight too, so we can find out, because Make It Make Sense, we call him Mims. He's in the courtroom also. So that's all I got. Thanks for sticking with me to do the watch along or the listen along. And y'all have a great evening. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.